Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you in the Temple of Muses, this beautiful neoclassic building, maybe one of the best neoclassic buildings in Europe, under the shadow of the myth of Prometheus, who brought the light, the life on earth. He was punished, but then he has followed the apotheosis. And all these are depicted in the frescoes above us. The wisdom for modern challenges, as Jeffrey Sachs has thought, and is materialized with this gathering. And the Academy of Athens is very pleased to host this important meeting and important discussion with all of you and others. The research centers of the Academy of Athens, particularly the Philosophy Center, they have shown a great interest, and they are among the speakers which we'll discuss later about Aristotle. Jeff's idea was to compare somehow Confucius with Aristotle, which is a passionate and mild philosophy, not as a religion, but as philosophy, as wisdom, like the title of that meeting says. And in comparing two great men, Confucius and Aristotle, it would have been a great challenge indeed, and a fantastic opportunity to bring together civilizations as distant as the distance between China and Greece. Yet, in Greek mythology, Typhoon is shown here in the Clash of the Titans above me, was a titan who could destroy on earth or on the sea. Today we know him as waterspout when he's at the sea. And the same name is being used in Chinese as typhoon. Tai means high, and foon is the wind in Chinese. It's amazing how these distant cultures, they are using the same name for a phenomenon which have formed a mythical creature that has been destroyed only by thunder by Zeus himself. This is shown in the clash above me. And above all, Aristotle, who was the Wikipedia of his time, who was the philosopher who was the first, you can see his bust on the right, who really tried to explain all phenomena, appearances, apparence in French, that are on our environment. And this is why Raphael, in the room, the so-called Raphael's room in the Vatican, shows in the School of Athens Plato and Aristotle walking together. Plato is pointing to his ideas above, and Aristotle is pointing to the ground to show the difference between an experimentalist with a real romantic philosopher who has tried through his academy, which was the first academy ever built, and it is only 3 kilometers from here. You can walk to the academy, the place where the Academy of Plato is. We have great thoughts and wishes with our mayor here to revitalize this area of Athens and bring back the glory of that time. So, saying all these things, I wish to thank you all and for being here, and particularly Jeff, to you and Your Excellency the Mayor and Your Excellency the Minister of Climate, which is my discipline. We are deeply honored, and there is a session after tomorrow on climate said by Aristotle. He was the first to mention climate. But I won't be saying everything so that someone would come to listen to me on Friday. Thank you so much, and have a nice and enjoyable stay. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Your Excellency, it's your turn. Thank you.
Dear Minister Stylianidis, dear Minister Dimas, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Athens. It is truly an enormous privilege and an honor to join you this morning, to join such a prestigious group of scholars from all around the world here at the famed Academy of Athens. And I would like to begin by sincerely thanking the organizers, and especially Jeffrey Sachs, who I think deserves a round of applause. And of course, our very own Phoebe Koundouri for making this possible. Now, you will please forgive me if I appear rather self-serving as a mayor of Athens, but if I could give a title to this workshop, it would be that philosophy returns to its birthplace. We are, after all, meeting just a few hundreds of meters from the Lycée of Aristotle and just a bit over 1 kilometer from Plato's Academy. Both sides, I should say, are actually experiencing a rebirth. Many thanks to the Academy of Athens and the Ministry of Culture for Plato's Academy, and many thanks to the World Human Forum and Alexandra Mitsotakis for the release of Aristotle. So here in Athens, democracy was born under the shadow of the Acropolis, much like philosophy. And as all of us around the world are struggling to collectively address challenges, including the very real threats to democracy, climate crisis, rising socio-economic inequalities, a return to the roots, as it were, a dive into ancient thought can be rather rejuvenating. It is, after all, a reminder that both of our resilience as communities and of our common humanity. So if you take a walk around the ancient agora, you will notice two statues. They are set one opposite the other, as if caught in an eternal discourse, a never-ending dialogue throughout the millennia. Aristotle and Confucius, Confucius and Aristotle. Both great men respond to the challenge of establishing a community by proposing education as the vehicle to attain virtue, and by virtue to attain a better life. Aristotle and Confucius set out an architecture for a better society built upon virtues and they focused on lifelong training for the cultivation of those virtues. Now, please don't worry, it's way above my pay grade, and I'm not going to be the one to analyze the virtue that plays a key role for Confucius, often translated as ritual propriety. Nor will I argue about the meaning of phronesis, sophrosini, or eudaimonia, virtues that are so important to Aristotle. But I think you may permit me just a couple of words on the mechanism through which virtues and learning may continue to be developed as public goods from generation to generation. Because at moments of great strife, Aristotle saw that happiness consisted of the search for truth, and Confucius looked to create a system that could abolish civil chaos. The doctrine of the golden mean or rule is the heart of the ethical philosophies of both Confucius and Aristotle. For both, it represents the reign of reason in ethical human behavior. For both, the notions of justice, honor, fairness, care, and courage were essential for a better community and thus for a better life. If you think about it, our obligations in order to attain a better future are hardly different today. Now, we do not need to really begin by romanticizing the ancient past. Confucius lived in an age when the Zhou dynasty had lost its power, and Aristotle witnessed the death of the Greek polis under the hegemony of Philip II. Indeed, make no mistake, however unique, however unprecedented events may feel, a reading of the classics suggests that we have been there before. We are, after all, but sand in the hourglass of time. But what ancient wisdom also suggests, which I think is especially relevant at times such as these, when once again, at least in Europe, we battle with the dark forces of authoritarianism and division that challenge democracy, much like we're called upon to respond to intensifying crisis at home, is that the polis demands our better selves. And that first and foremost, our better selves is a conscious, a rational, and a decisive choice. So once again, welcome to Athens, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing you tonight over dinner. Many thanks.
Now the great moment for you, Jeff.
My moment, Christos and Mr. Mayor, is to say on behalf of all of us arriving in Athens how profoundly honored and thrilled we are to be here. We are in a most remarkable place in the world, not only Athens and all that it has taught the world and represents for us today, but also this remarkable place, the Academy of Athens. All of us who have come, we are academicians. All of us are followers of Plato. Plato invented the academy, invented the very idea of the academy. And of course, Aristotle, I would say, invented the university. And so when we visit the Lyceum, we will be treading at the very first university ever, and with an inspiration that continues till today. My wife and I recently have been to Italy and to Turkey, and that is to say we've been to the Greek world continuously for the last 2 weeks. Everywhere we look and see, it is Greece. Magna Graecia and Greek learning, Greek wisdom. We were in Siena a couple of weeks ago, and there the great painting of good government and bad government, the allegory of Ambrogio Lorenzetti, is the picture of Aristotle's Politics, because Aristotle taught us good government and bad government. He taught us that the virtues are the path to good government. And there is Lorenzetti in 1338, exactly depicting the Aristotelian view in the northern Italian city. We were in Naples, which of course is Nea Polis, the new city, founded by Greek colonists around 800 BC. And we spent days of millennia of Greek knowledge and wisdom, including Pompeii and the archaeology, and everywhere the Greek insights and the Greek wisdom. We were in Istanbul yesterday, and I continued to marvel at the obelisk of Theodosio in the Hippodrome of Constantinople. It's a most remarkable monument. It was an obelisk made by Thutmose III in 1450 BC in Egypt, the great civilization that even preceded this one and brought so much knowledge and wisdom. It was carried to Rome after the Roman Empire conquered Egypt, and then it was carried by Constantine's orders to Constantinople. And it's a remarkable thing because you have the obelisk with the hieroglyphics. On the base, you have the Latin inscriptions. On the pediment below it, you have the Greek inscriptions. And of course, it's between the Blue Mosque and the Hagia Sophia Mosque. You have all of the civilizations together in the most dramatic and I think absolutely wonderful way. And it is our purpose of gathering here to bring this wisdom to our absolutely urgent needs of the 21st century. You know, we look back at the ancient wisdom not only because we marvel at how the best books ever written about politics and ethics could have been written 2,300 years ago and never surpassed. This is absolutely true. But we also look at the ancient wisdom because it is so completely relevant for our time. Not only as a mirror of the past or as an inspiration of accomplishment, but in the actual texts, in the wisdom, in the realization about the nature of human nature, about the nature of social relations, about the nature of politics. And so when we examine ancient wisdom for our modern challenges, we're doing so to draw upon not only a tradition, but an incredible font of insight that we urgently need today. We're a little bit short of wisdom in the world, unfortunately. We are at one of the most dangerous moments in the world. We hear everywhere the call to war, the call to escalation, the belief that the other is pure evil. None of it is true. What we are told is what the mayor has just told us, to use our reason to understand the circumstances and to understand how to find a better way. As you know, our plan this year was to have a gathering that included our Chinese colleagues in large numbers. And we decided a couple of months ago that given the difficulties of travel and all of the quarantine policies that our Chinese colleagues would face, to postpone that gathering. So our intention is that next year we continue with the full gathering of experts. I can tell you, and it's very heartening, that the response from our Chinese colleagues in academia and in government and in civil society was remarkably enthusiastic. Indeed, when we proposed that we would have the gathering as intended, but with an online connection, they said, no way, we're coming to Athens, but we'll come next year when we can come rather than this year. So they so much want to be here. We will join with them in the final session for a preparation for next year's gathering. We are going to be speaking about very practical things with the background of the wisdom that we can't help but breathe in with every breath here in the Academy of Athens. We're going to be talking about politics, we're going to be talking about conflict, we're going to be talking about climate change with this remarkable group that has come together. I'll say one word about Plato and politics. The reason perhaps I most deeply love Plato, you're probably aware that Plato tried to be an economic advisor 3 times, in fact, to the city-state of Syracuse. Plato actually failed all 3 times. As an economic advisor, I love that. Plato gave the license to fail, because if Plato couldn't do it, of course the rest of us can't do it. But he tried, and he tried repeatedly. That's what we are trying to do. We also know that Aristotle gave us, I think, the first text of scientific meteorology. And we have Christos Xeriphos to thank for explaining to us Aristotle's insights and the links to modern climatology. In fact, one day, 3 years ago, when we walked into Christos's office, he gave me the most incredible gift you could possibly give to me, which was his book on Aristotle's meteorology that he has made, and the most remarkable essay that I hope everyone will take the time to read, and that is how Themistocles' knowledge of the local meteorology near Salamis was decisive for the survival of Western civilization. Knowing that the winds would change at 11 in the morning on the day of the Battle of Salamis in 479 BC is what enabled Greece to triumph over the Persians, and all of the rest is history. And this was because of the knowledge of climate science. So this is where we are. We need climate science again to save civilization. We are going to be launching this morning a most important initiative, and you'll be hearing about it in a moment, where a worldwide effort to accelerate our solutions for climate will be based in Athens, and it will be the center of a global network of academia, because where else could you have the global center of academia than in the home of academia, and with such incredible scholars here on climate science. So we're going to hear about that in a moment. Let me just say, as I started, We are thrilled to be here. It's a profound privilege. This place gives us such joy, eudaimonia, inspiration. So it's with all our gratitude that we gather today. Thank you. And now Phoebe?
Now Phoebe, so we can...
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you. Do I stay? Okay. Thanks. No, Phoebe.
Okay. Jeff, Christo, the day has come. I mean, we've been talking about this workshop for so long. We started with a very small one in 2019, and then COVID came, and we are delayed 2 years. And the ambition of having our Chinese colleagues is still to be realized next year. So we will try to keep this session as short as possible and as efficient as possible. Jeff's idea was that, you go around the world, and nowadays, because there is this incredible momentum with regards to green deals and pledges for mitigating and adapting to climate change, it is difficult to find countries that will tell you, we are not interested in compacting climate change. However, it is very often that you get a response, okay, how are we actually going to implement the pledges? How are we actually going to pave, to develop the pathways, the climate pathways, the policies that need to support the implementation, the finances that need to support the policies implementation, and of course the technological pathways that have to be endorsed. They have to be endorsed by all the stakeholders in the community, in each and every nation, and be fully deployed so that this sustainability transition is accelerated. Because first, this is a technologically driven transition, and then it has to be supported, of course, by policies and finances. I give the floor to Jeff if he wants to add something, then to Maria to speak about the governance of the hub, and then I have a short presentation on what we are going to be doing to become a bit more specific, but not spend too much time.
Colleagues, we're very thrilled that the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network will locate its global hub for climate change, an absolutely central part of this United Nations initiative in Athens. And we have several partners, each of whom will speak and discuss their role. Phoebe will give us an overview in a moment. Let me briefly describe the purpose of the SDSN and the Climate Hub as we understand it. The Sustainable Development Solutions Network is now in its 10th year. It is an initiative under the auspices of United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. And the idea is to mobilize global academia for the support of global change for sustainable development. The network was initiated in 2012 at the time of the launch of the Sustainable Development Goal idea. The SDGs, as you know, is our worldwide attempt to put the notion of sustainable development at the heart of our global diplomacy and our national policies. It's not easy. Sustainable development is an ancient idea, as we'll see when we discuss Aristotle and the Politics, but it's also a new idea because it's an idea for creating a just society and one that is operating within what we now understand are planetary boundaries, that requires a massive change of direction of how our politics and our global diplomacy and finance operate. Changing course of a world is an unprecedented challenge. We've not had worldwide missions like the one we now face ever before. We're trying, in fact, within a period of less than 30 years to totally revamp the world's energy system. The energy system is like our circulatory system. We're attempting a full transplant within 30 years to shift from a fossil fuel-based world economy to a zero carbon world economy. Not because it's fun to have a worldwide challenge like that, not because it's easy, but because we have reached a critical moment on the planet where the climate catastrophes are multiplying, the climate change is accelerating from about 0.18 degrees Celsius warming per decade to twice that rate now, around 0.36 degrees Celsius per decade, meaning that we're very likely going to breach the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit agreed just 7 years ago in Paris. And that could happen within the next 2 or 3 years, in fact, if we have a powerful El Nino, and it will most likely happen within the next 10 years. So the SDSN was created to try to mobilize global scale change. We now have more than 1,600 member institutions. Maria Cortes Pook, whom you'll hear from in just a moment, leads our global network activities, and she does so brilliantly. And she has helped to mobilize national and regional chapters all over the world. We can now reach academia in a way which was not possible even just a few years ago. Recently, I was a co-signatory with the inter-academy community of the scientific academies of the world to talk about the need for continuation of open dialogue and open science in the midst of this war, not to cut off our Russian colleagues, not to cut off any colleagues. But it was very nice and gratifying to hear from these very esteemed global institutions. SDSN, please join us. You are one of the 4 top global networks of universities in the world, and we need your voice here. And so this is very gratifying that we have a global network now that is committed to addressing these challenges. Recently, we had 4 Zoom conferences, one for East Asia, one for Europe and Central Asia, one for Africa, and one for the Americas of university presidents. We had hundreds of university presidents, not their designates, not someone in their office, the presidents, online saying we are changing our universities, we are changing how we're organizing. We had Minister Nikki Karameas give an absolutely wonderful and inspiring talk to this global conference, because there is a recognition that we need new ways of thinking. So as the Academy was invented 2,300 years ago, and the university was invented 2,300 years ago. We're not reinventing at that scale, but we are restructuring and reinventing the purposes and the organization of universities, the transdisciplinarity, the idea that engineers, climatologists, behavioral scientists, social scientists, artists, the humanities, psychologists need to work together because the scale of what we need is so vast and so deep. And that's what brings us to today's announcement. At the core of our challenge is climate change. We have multiple overlapping environmental crises. Climate change, of course, is part of an even broader set of violations of the planetary boundaries. We are threatening the survival of 1 million species. Ecosystems all over the world are in extraordinary danger right now. Just in recent days, in every stop that we've been in, there has been climate catastrophe, I'm sorry to say. In Italy, the collapse of the glacier just recently killing several people. The most extreme drought in northern Italy in the past century underway. We met, coming out of the hotel in Naples, Mr. Tomato in Italy, Mr. Muti, who runs one of the great companies, family businesses of tomatoes, and is responsible for the tomato sauce that we love. And we walked out and gave him a warm greeting and asked, "How are things?" And he said, "Catastrophic. We've lost the crop this year because of the extraordinary drought." This is happening all over the world, as you know very, very well. You can't step foot in any country without hearing about these catastrophes taking place. So with this as the center of our purpose, we realized we need a center for the world to lead this effort. And this place is the place for that. The home of climate science, and the home of today's cutting edge climate science, and the home of great political commitment as well to this challenge. One of the most important initiatives in the world is the Greek government's commitment to address our cultural and natural heritage all over the world as it is threatened by climate change. And this is an effort that Christos is brilliantly leading, because he has pointed out how endangered every one of our UNESCO heritage sites is, from the Acropolis to every other place in the world, by the challenges of human-induced climate change and environmental degradation. And your government is leading a worldwide effort. Everywhere I go, I say to other governments, please contact the Greek government, join this, you need it. And I said this in the last few days with a great deal of residents in Turkey, because they are very interested in the partnership, and I will give you the details on this, but a tremendous interest in deepening the relations, in learning, in working together, in collaborating. This was an extraordinarily strong message that we received, and they asked me to please convey that message upon arrival in Athens. So this is why we're here, and now we're going to hear the wonderful initiative from its two great promoters. First, Maria Cortes Pook, the Vice President for Global Networks of the Sustainable Development Solutions Network.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So I think it has very eloquently been explained why we need such a hub. And what SDSN is proposing is to set up this climate hub as one of our thematic networks. Now, SDSN, as Professor Sachs has explained, has 10 years now, and we launched some of our first networks precisely 10 years ago. And when we started off, I remember that Professor Sachs, in the launch of our Mediterranean network in Siena University 10 years ago, was appealing to the scientists present from each country of the Mediterranean region, coming with very unique expertise. Each of them was telling them we need to work together. Incremental projects, small endeavors will not be enough. We really need collaboration across disciplines, across countries, and we need to make this transformational change. And I remember that he said something like, we need to start building the plane as we are flying it. At the time, this meant that we really didn't know how these networks were going to work or whether it was going to work at all. But 10 years later, as Professor Sachs said, we have more than 1,600 member institutions. These are universities mostly, but also research centers, knowledge-producing NGOs, and they are distributed in 135 different countries around the world. So we have a university in Afghanistan, a university in Bolivia, we have a research center in Japan. And they are working together on the same objectives, on these very complex challenges of sustainable development. So our idea is indeed to work on a similar model in this climate hub. Now, in these 10 years, we've learned a couple of things of how these networks can work together. And one of them is that we need very strong anchor institutions. These are the institutions that will convene the leaders, that will help that will host the secretariat of the network and that will do the daily work of the network. And we also need very strong leadership. And so what we've thought for this climate SDSN hub, in collaboration and more than anything inspired by the wonderful leadership of our Greek colleagues, would be to have two host institutions. These would be the Athens University of Economics and Business, as well as the Athena Research Center in Information, Communication and Knowledge Technologies. So these two universities are partnering to host the hub, to bring together people, to convene annual meetings and to help steer the activities of this hub. We are going to have 4 phenomenal leaders based here in Athens. So the hub will be chaired by Professor Tivi Kondouri, that I think you all know very well, supported and in coordination by Professor Christos Xerafos, Professor Andreas Papandreou, as well as Professor Giannis Ioannidis. Each of these leaders will bring their own expertise as well as their departments and institutions to contribute to these efforts. So these would be, of course, the host of today's meeting, the Academy of Athens. Through its climate work, we've heard a lot about the expertise of Professor Xerafos and of this institution. It will also be through the Political Economy Department that Andreas Papandreou works at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. Now, SDSN will also be an inaugural partner along these other 2 institutions, and we will be mobilizing a vast network of international experts. We will commit to bring the very best from around the world on the different disciplines that touch upon climate change. So we want to hear from ocean scientists. We want to bring experts in how climate change is degrading urban communities, and many others. And we will set up a scientific council that will come together, perhaps in person, if possible, at least once a year, to help develop the vision of this hub, to help also raise the visibility of the work that the hub is doing, and then also to help develop new partnerships with other sectors and with other disciplines. This is a model that we've tested and that we see works in other disciplines as well as in other regions of the world, and we're very excited. SDSN is fully committed to this endeavor. I think I'll stop here now and hand it over to Phoebe, Professor Phoebe Gondiri.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff and Maria, for identifying Greece as a place that this can happen and can identify the scientific capacity of this country as being able to support such a global and important initiative. And let me go through very quickly what we, at initial stage, think that we will be doing. As Jeff said, too many challenges, too many crises: the COVID, the economic recession, the climate crisis, the biodiversity collapse, the population crisis, the energy crisis, the geopolitical crisis, and now with the war in Europe, the resulting food crisis, and of course, the biggest crisis of all, inequality. All these crises have to be met simultaneously in an integrated, systemic, holistic way. And we need to develop the pathways out of this crisis on a global scale, but also with care of the national idiosyncrasies and capacities. The Global Climate Hub was Jeff's idea, and it's really in Jeff's style. What is needed? What is needed to help the world make the next move towards sustainability? Jeff is the advisor of the General Secretary of the UN on SDGs, and UN Agenda 2030 with the 17 SDGs and the 169 targets. It's our almost unique global agenda. And one of these targets is SDG 13, climate action, and this hub will provide science-based advice at national level, at regional level, at international level for combating the aggravating climate crisis and preventing further deterioration. We are going to use all extensive data, knowledge, and technologies provided by experts across various fields to implement country-specific action plans. And it is quite important that society is engaged, because without engagement of all the different stakeholders, you cannot implement anything. And engagement needs knowledge, education, reskilling, upskilling, and providing the financial capacity for the different stakeholders to be on board. SDSN, Sustainable Development Report 2022, look how climate looks like, SDG 13, climate change. Everywhere you see red, it means that we are still facing major challenges in implementing this SDG. Green means we are on track for implementing SDG 13 by 2030. And this is, if we keep business as usual, how it will look like 2030. Still, a lot of yellow and orange means that we are facing serious challenges in implementing this SDG. That's why, even after the COP of 26, we need to prepare carefully about COP 27. We need to campaign for continuing Agenda 2030 beyond 2030 to 2050, actually following Europe's leadership example for setting goals until 2050, because we have no time to waste on further negotiations for additional agendas. The SDGs are working, the SDGs are being endorsed by national policies, we need to focus and further the capacity for actual implementation. COP26 was the best COP of my life. Why? Because it was the first time that I saw financial institutions and businesses being really interested. And they are interested because technological innovation has given cost-effective solutions, so they see the opportunities. And it is really time to accelerate. This is how it looks by 2100. Even under the most optimistic scenario, this is calculations after COP26, we are going to reach the plus 1.8 degrees Celsius increase in total global temperature, which is yet not good enough. What we want to do, and as Maria indicated, is to engage the whole of the SDSN network with SDSN hubs in almost all countries around the world. And these hubs having not just academic institutions as leaders, as partners, but also leadership councils of politicians, policymakers, businesses, financial institutions, civil society, NGOs. So the SDSN, this amazing structure that Jeff has put together and leads with extraordinary impact, is very well equipped to mobilize national engagement. What we want to do is engage the members of the academic institutions with the governments, with the other stakeholders that need to be involved in this climate resilience and climate neutrality transition in co-designing the pathways. We need to co-design detailed pathways, technological, policy, and financial, if we want to be optimistic about implementation. Implementation is tough. It's the biggest transformational effort ever faced by humanity. We need everybody engaged, and engaged means becoming co-designers. So we will provide infrastructure for modeling decarbonization. We compile existing models with our partnerships. We are negotiating a partnership with MIT, and also develop additional ones with a lot of in-house expertise. In-house as SDSN Global. In-house is SDSN. This is our home. We're going to develop ICT tools to visualize and easily manage climate change data. And here we have the president of the Association of Computing Machinery, who is involved in this initiative, who is one of the co-chair, Yannis Ioannidis, Professor Yannis Ioannidis, both affiliated at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and being the ex-president of Athena Research Center. We'll identify necessary technological benchmarks, and we will work with the SDSN Council of Engineers. Professor Nikos Theodosiou from the Aristotelian University of Athens is involved in this. We will develop tools to assist governments in the use of all of the above. I'm president of the European Association of Environmental and Natural Resource Economics, and I am also leading the World Council of Environmental and Resource Economics. Members from the US, Latin America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, and New Zealand. A lot of expertise there on the socio-economic aspects. We are going to collaborate with trackers like food, environment, land and development, climate action target, the SDSN senior working group on the European Green Deals and other, to map policies and identify and develop climate change policy instruments. And Andreas Papandreou, professor at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, is an expert in political economy and will lead this part. And finally, we are going to define innovative strategies for financing mitigation and adaptation pathways. By now, we know that for transformation, we need to move from incremental initiatives to systems innovation, not project finance, but portfolio finance, not single project and incremental change, but portfolio of connected innovation projects that learn from each other. And we need wide appreciation of change levers. So the transition should be conceived on a systems approach, simultaneously addressing multiple objectives, promoting the right mixture of policy instruments and technological solutions that can be used across the various sectors of the economy and reinforced by society. And we are looking at the optimal mixture of renewables, circular economy, nature-based solutions, climate adaptation projects, and protecting the society from climate change effects together with digitalization. The En-ROADS model, it's a good systemic instrument that allows us to emphasize the system-wide interaction of policies and makes it possible to identify the dynamic interactions between the different levers, taking into account the energy supply, transport, buildings, industry, the economic growth, land and industry emissions, and carbon removal. We're going to use this model, but this is a global model. Our aim is to downscale this model at national level and provide national guidance and regional support without ignoring the spillover effects that are relevant, because we are trying to manage a global public good and without ignoring the most important thing, collaboration, coordination between the countries to achieve our goals. And it is really a very well visualized tool, because it is easy to follow not the actual workings of the model, but the results. So you can use it to communicate to policymakers. Our capacity to lead, well, I will speak about only the two institutions that I represent. We are an alliance of excellence, two research laboratory from the Athens University of Economics and Business, the Athena Research and Innovation Center, Climate Kick, which is the biggest innovation institution in Europe from the European Institute and Technology that accelerates climate relevant innovation. We have different accelerators and we work very closely with SDSN, SDSN Europe, I'm one of the co-chairs, SDSN Greece, co-chaired by Andreas and myself, the European Association of Environmental and Resource Economic, that I'm the president, the World Academy of Art and Science, and we have the president here of the World Academy, and I'm so grateful, Gary, that you are here, Gary Jacobs, and many other networks. Very quickly, we work on research and innovation projects, innovation acceleration, deep demonstration, education training, and science policy interface. We have a very holistic vision of how we work, bringing together the supply side, the technologies, the biophysical modeling, and the demand side, the economic preferences, behavioral modeling, using complexity science to co-design systems approach-based pathways for the transition to sustainability. And we have capacity in terms of climate adaptation and mitigation projects. I'm just showcasing some recent projects on climate mitigation, adaptation, green digital just recovery pathways, renewables, digitalization, circular economy, and so on. We have capacity on marine ecosystems and blue economy. And what I'm showing is just the project of my team. The other other co-chairs have additional and influential projects as well, a lot on blue growth and blue economy, production of energy from the sea, marine plastic, coastal erosion, offshore platforms for producing energy, from coordinating shipping, for sustainable fisheries and aquaculture and so on. We have a big SDSN initiative on the 4 seas with Nikos, Andreas, Yannis and myself, for the Mediterranean, the Caspian Sea and the Aral Sea. We work on food, water and energy nexus with many projects and biodiversity together. And I'm very happy that Barbara Hammer, one of my co-leaders in this big ERC prestigious project, is here to support that. And finally, we work on innovation. I'm finishing in 1 minute. Innovation is crucial and its acceleration is crucial because, as I said before, this is a technological driven transition, and unless the innovations are incubated and accelerated into the economy and adopted by all the stakeholders, we don't have the time to wait. We need to move fast. And in our Alliance of Excellence, we have a big 120 startups on climate adaptation, and we also had another 25 on shipping. And one of our major sponsors, our golden sponsor for this event, is a leader, a shipping leader of the Greek economy and worldwide, Panos Laskaridis. Thank you for being here, and we hope that all this work on innovation will be endorsed. Thank you, Panos, for being here. You will have the floor in a few minutes. We also have a lot of capacity in SDSN Europe, 4 main initiatives here, supported by my co-chairs and myself. And we also have a huge capacity in this amazing network of GEF, many projects on climate, energy, financing initiatives, data initiatives, and so on. I will close here by saying that together with the huge effort to follow the progress of each and every nation with regards to the achievement of SDGs, and we have a new report for Greece, which I will present together with other results in the closing session. It is quite important to integrate in all discussions climate change because it's our umbrella problem. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. So now I would like to ask the Minister of Climate Change, Christos Stylianidis, a very successful European member of Parliament, a commissioner for many years, also emotionally attached to myself because he's from my homeland, and I'm extremely excited that he was called by the Prime Minister to come and help in a very difficult problem. Christos, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. My dear Professor Sachs, my dear compatriot, Professor Phoebe Kondouri, Professor Christos Zerefos, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a great honor and pleasure to join you today at this excellent launch of the Sustainable Development Solution Network Climate Hub. I can say that you have to accept really average intervention in comparison what we have until now, these really fascinating intervention speeches. But this is the hard reality when you enter in the minefield of politics. My dear professor, you know very well this. So, but my pleasure is even bigger as its headquarters for this climate hub will be here in Athens. This is a real honor for our country and in particular for this city. Let me thank, first of all, Professor Jeffrey Sachs and Phoebe Koundouri for taking this really excellent initiative and for making this a reality, in particular during so many crises in the last 2-3 years. Congratulations of both of you. We all know the important work that Jeffrey and Phoebe are doing all this year for a greener and for sustainable future. And we are all grateful to Jeffrey Sachs. I take this opportunity to say my professor, let me say, former professor when I was at the Kennedy School, for recognizing Greece's contribution to the efforts to tackle climate crisis. Thanks to us again for this invitation. Thanks for including me in this really special event, and as Professor Zerefos said, in this very emblematic building. Dear friends, the launch of the Sustainable Development Solution Network Global Climate Hub is an outstanding global initiative. No doubt it will greatly contribute to our common efforts for a more sustainable future, to achieve our commitments deriving from the Paris Agreement, as Jeffrey and Phoebe already emphasized on this, and which we reiterated in Glasgow at COP26. Now, in COP27 in Cairo, we need to develop a roadmap of implementation. This is our common purpose. And unfortunately, time is running out. Climate crisis is a reality. It is a fact. It's not fake news like some, unfortunately, my dear friend, always insisted on this. It is a fact. Extreme weather phenomena become more and more frequent, more and more intense all over the globe. No region is left untouched. Our country, in particular, is located in a climate crisis hotspot. The Mediterranean is one of the most affected regions. Evidence speaks for itself. This is the hard reality. Last month, for example, we were faced with a strange phenomenon. Hail and floods in north of our country, forest fires in south. With my dear friend here, Professor Aikaterini, we tell every day about all these very demanding challenges. Last week, just a few words about this. More than 300 fires broke out. 300 fires every day. Not the fires in the urban areas. We are talking about forest fires, rural areas. So more or less, more than 50 fires per day. You can imagine what the magnitude of the challenge to deal with all these problems every day. It is obvious that we are living in a climate crisis, not just climate change. This is why I think Prime Minister Mitsotakis decided to establish a ministry and name climate crisis more accurate than climate change, in particular in our cultural approach in Greece. So the impacts, our environment, our societies, our lives is so big, and scientific predictions are more than alarming. So we need to act. We need to act now. Time is of the essence. I strongly believe that it's so obvious that for Prime Minister Mitsotakis and the Greek government, tackling climate crisis and its repercussions, it is a real priority. Greece is committed to being at the forefront of global efforts to address the issue. The launch of the SDSN Global Climate Hub in Athens highlights the role of Greece in this global effort. I think Phoebe already emphasized on this and gave an excellent framework about the role of our country. And of course, our country could be a research hub for climate crisis, a knowledge hub with a holistic scope. Having the headquarters of this global initiative here in Athens will give to the Greek scientific community and policy-making institutions a key purpose: to examine, to analyze, and propose specific action. This is what we need: specific actions and practical approach. This is truly a recognition of the high-level expertise of our country's scientific and research community. Thanks to us again, my dear Professor Zerefos, for your pioneering approach about this, and to give to our scientific community a sort of dimension. Also, it is an acknowledgement that our country has the scientific capacity to lead and coordinate the project and action related to climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, every aspect of our efforts to address climate change must be grounded on scientific data. Sometimes, some people, they believe that the improvisation or just the experience is enough. No, it's a big mistake. We need to be grounded on a scientific data. And this is why one of my most important ambitions as minister in this ministry is to see a real national database for all scientists in our country, because we need this scientific data not only to be in discussion among scientists, but also because we need to act when we have really crisis. We need modeling. We need this even for our firefighters to exercise in the field. So, for me, it is a prerequisite to better understand climate crisis, to better implement policies regarding biodiversity, but also civil protection. After all, the climate crisis and natural disasters are interrelated. And this is something we cannot ignore. This is the philosophy and the approach of the new Ministry of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection, bringing the traditional response-focused risk management approach with the three key pillars: prevention, preparedness, and resilience. These pillars are at the heart of our approach. They are guiding all our actions and initiatives. They are an integral part of an efficient risk management. They are the compass to put into place a more effective civil protection mechanism, a mechanism which will contribute to enhancing our country's resilience and adaptability. At the core of our efforts lies collaboration, synergies, because climate crisis is a complex issue that cannot be efficiently addressed by one country or institution alone. It's illusion. Cooperation is needed more than what we believe. Cooperation with the scientific community, because effective policies and action plans can only be based on scientific data and evidence. Cooperation with civil society. We talked with my dear friend Alexandra Mitsotakis about the French example and the engagement of the civil society in all aspects of the mechanisms, in everyday approach, because climate crisis concerns all of us. We are all on the same boat. We must join forces. Cooperation with other institutions and agencies, because the exchange of expertise and best practices is key in addressing climate-related challenges. Cooperation, as Phoebe said, at national, European, and international levels, in the context of the United Nations and the SNDS Global Climate Hub of the EU Civil Protection Mechanisms and ReSEES. Dear friends, I have no doubt that the new Global Climate Hub here in Athens will greatly contribute to the international community's efforts toward a greener future, including the efforts of our Ministry for Climate Crisis and Civil Protection to enhance Greece's resilience and adaptability to climate change. Finally, let me once again congratulate everyone involved in this outstanding initiative, because it is an outstanding initiative, and I want to assure you that my ministry, me personally, will support the work of the Global Climate Hub and your efforts in all aspects. We consider you as our partners. You can consider us as your partners. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Minister. It is so encouraging to hear science-based, science-driven policy making. Thank you so much, Christo. It's an honor and privilege to have your support. And we know that your influence and impact is within Greece and Cyprus, but very powerful in Europe as well. And you are right in emphasizing the role of Professor Zerefos and the Academy of Athens in the ability of the country to have such an initiative, because the work of Professor Zerefos and his vast group is really pioneering the climate science on which all that we do will be based. Christos Zerefos, thank you. The next minister, yes, please.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I wanted to just add a word of thanks, and also to say, more than your support, we want to support you, because your mission is extremely complicated and very urgent. And it's also very unusual for a government to have a Minister of Climate Crisis and Civil Protection. Most governments have a Minister of Environment, but your responsibility is very special. It shows we're in an emergency, and it also shows that this government is very creative. It's trying to find new ways to approach these problems. This is not business as usual. And if you tell us and work with us, what are your needs? I need to be able to forecast this fall. I need to be able to have a map. Anything you ask us will be not only a good challenge and a spur for the scientific community, but will be a model for other countries as well, because what you're doing needs to be done everywhere, but is not yet being done everywhere. You're really in the forefront of this idea of being prepared to face the forest fires, the droughts, the floods, and so forth. So tell us what you need. What would the ministry need in terms of mapping, in terms of GIS, in terms of risk assessment, in terms of probability assessment, in terms of response capacities? Because that actually is what we should put academia to work also, to say, okay, that's what you need now. How can we help to fulfill this based on the research base that we have? So it's really to say, we want to support your work completely and also learn from that experience to say, here is a platform for this kind of effort. So please count on us and ask what you need. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. The next minister to speak is a minister that has been revitalizing the interface between technology development, science, and society. And he's been doing such a great work that I think is unprecedented. The footprint of this work on the innovation ecosystem of Greece is unprecedented. And I'm very happy and honored to have Minister Christos Dimas with us. Please, Christos.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start by welcoming Professor Sachs for once more in Athens and in Greece. It's a great privilege and honor to have you here, and it's also extremely important the fact that Professor Sachs is a real ally in Greece. He really believes in our country and the policies followed by the government. So I would like to thank you for all of this support. I would also like, though, to personally thank Professor Koutouri. She's doing an amazing work, and bringing the SDSN Global Climate Hub in Greece, I think, is a huge achievement, and I do want to thank you and congratulate you for that. Athens and the Greek city-states were the main research and innovation hubs of the ancient times. So starting with Herodotus, Thucydides, the fathers of history and scientific evidence, going to Hippocrates, Demokritos, Lefkippos, the fathers of atomic theory and, of course, of medicine, Hippocrates. So we did have the scientific community. However, although we are extremely proud for the ancient Greek civilization, we do want to be very proud, equally proud, for research and innovation at the modern times. So actually, our main goal is to see how Greece can become the main research and innovation hub of the Balkans and Southeastern Europe. What has the government, though, been doing in order to achieve that? First of all, allow me to say that one of the most important initiatives was to encourage, to link research with innovation and entrepreneurship much more effectively. So we have recently voted a new law in Parliament where we have changed the framework under which spin-off companies of universities and research centers operate. We have extremely simplified the procedure, encouraging academics and researchers to form their own companies. Of course, though, they do need extra support. So the framework now is there, but now we are establishing technology transfer offices throughout the country in order to enable the academics to focus on their academic work, but at the same time have professionals that are capable and do have the knowledge in order to help them to commercialize their research and innovative work. Apart from that, though, funding is extremely important. So the European Union does have important funding tools. I'm quite sure that most of you are aware of Horizon Europe. But apart from the EU funding, we do have important national funding programs. So one of the most popular actions has been the Research, Create, Innovate action, which tries to link more effectively research centers, universities with businesses in common projects. But apart from that, we are creating innovation clusters. I think Jeffrey said it extremely eloquently, how important it is to actually unite powers, therefore unite institutions and companies that share common challenges and worries in order to achieve common results. but apart from the innovation clusters, we are also creating competence centers because we want to give SMEs access to research and innovation. So research and innovation might be much easier for large companies which can create R&D departments on their own and therefore make good use of research and innovation, but it might be a greater challenge for SMEs. So therefore, competence centers partly do answer that question and give access to SMEs to the benefits of research and innovation. Apart though from the research and education system, I do want to note that throughout the world, the innovation ecosystem, the startup ecosystem is making a huge effort and has extremely good results, even in policies, protecting the environment and dealing with the climate crisis. Up until recently, the Greek state did not know how many startups we had, in which sector they were, how many people they employed, what budgets they had. We had absolutely no information. And as it was correctly said before, when you don't have data, it is very difficult to implement successful policies. So we did create Elevate Greece, which acts as the main tool to map the innovation ecosystem in the country, but we wanted to do something more active and more fruitful for the innovation ecosystem apart from a startup registry. So through Elevate Greece, we have, for the first time, implemented specific financial tax incentives for angel investors, for stock options. We had actions in order to increase the liquidity of the startup ecosystem due to the effects of the pandemic crisis. But we have also, apart from important public policy tools, which I just named, we have also managed to attract very important actors from the private sector, whether that has to do with all of the banks in Greece that provide the startups with important specified banking products, or even money awards, multinational companies that give access to the global innovation networks they have, or free cloud services to the startup ecosystem, business mentoring, and hackathons and other useful tools in order to fuel up the innovation ecosystem. Apart though from the startups, we do have a lot of companies that invest in R&D, and we want to see how we can boost such investment. In fact, this has been, the Prime Minister has underlined many times that boosting investment in R&D is a huge priority for the government, because it does create important, good job opportunities for our talented individuals. And due to the financial crisis, we did have many talented individuals and scientists leaving the country because they were unable to find good job opportunities in the country. So we, 2 years ago, we did change the financial incentives, the tax incentives we provide for investment in R&D, and companies that invest in R&D do get super deduction tax rates of 200%, which is the most competitive framework in the European Union. This is a very important tool in order to help companies that already operate in Greece, Greek companies, to boost their R&D expenditure, but also has worked as a very good tool in order to attract FDI in R&D. And in fact, despite the multiple crises the government has faced, the country has faced, we have managed to attract extremely important investments in the country in R&D, investments from Pfizer, Cisco, EY, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft, TeamViewer, and other companies. So we are working on that very much. Finally, I do want to say that when I was a member of parliament and we were in the opposition, I would visit many cities throughout the world and would see that in many of the cities there were physical places of innovation, physical grounds of innovation, which would include startups, spin-off companies, VC funds, incubators, accelerators, trying to create synergies with matchmaking services. And I would always meet Greek startuppers there. And of course, my question was, Why do Greek startups have to leave Greece in order to try to chase their dreams, to be competitive at a global stage outside Greece? So we are creating a similar physical structure in Greece, in Attica, the first innovation district, which will work as a matchmaking ground for innovation for all the companies, startups, universities, research centers that do invest in innovation. We do have a similar project for Thessaloniki, the second biggest city in Greece, in northern Greece, and allow me to say that Thessaloniki has the competitive advantage that it is only a couple of hours away from many Balkan cities, so therefore it does have the advantage to attract talented individuals, talented people from the wider region. But at the same time, we are making extremely good use of the Recovery and Resilience Fund. So we are funding for the first time in ever. We are upgrading the infrastructure of all of the research centers in Greece. We are supporting applied research, but also basic research, so curiosity-driven research, which in many cases does lead to amazing products and services of innovation. So we are trying to see how we can link research and innovation more effectively. So I wouldn't dare to say that we could compete our ancient ancestors in becoming the main research and innovation hub of the world. But as I said, our goal currently is to become the main research and innovation hub of the Balkans and Southeastern Europe. One final point for the climate crisis. We really hope that the SDSN will work very well with Klimpact. I'm sure that you are aware that Klimpact is a network of the scientific society, of the Greek scientific society, including research centers and universities that have an amazing and wide area of expertise in issues that have to do with the climate crisis. It's an initiative of the Greek government, and it is advising strongly the government on issues of the climate crisis. So thank you very much.
One of the hosting institutions is also already part of.
Of course it is, Athena.
Of course.
So thank you very much for all of your initiatives, and we do hope to work very closely with SDSN.
Thank you so much. And indeed, involving and giving capacity to the SMEs, many of which are spin-offs and startups, is crucial, especially for Europe and the rest of the world. The backbone of the economy, 90% of the economy are SMEs. So we need to empower them to be part of this transition. Thank you, Christo, for the support. And thank you for being so inspirational in what you do. Jeff, you want to say something, or please?
Just a few words, because your initiatives are fantastic, and I had a few thoughts just quickly to add. One is that the SDSN is going to launch, together with the Secretary General and with UNIDO, a Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. So this is an exciting initiative which will start with 50 world-leading engineers on all aspects of the energy transition: hydrogen economy, batteries, storage, renewables, and so forth. Nikos is one of the 50 engineers. It's really an astounding world group. But we will connect that council with the hub here. And I think we should have a meeting of the council here, because these are top engineers that really can bring a lot of ideas about where cutting-edge technologies are on several of the transformative areas. So that's number one.
I had it in my presentation.
Absolutely. So we're going to do that. That is for sure. Second, the neighborhood is so useful and important. And I really hope we can bring neighbors together. As I said, coming from Istanbul and speaking with both national ministers and the mayor of Istanbul yesterday, they were really pleading for closer cooperation, even in the midst of the current tensions. And there are tensions, but they were saying, we want to cooperate. We know we need to cooperate on this. And so I think that there are real opportunities there. And I know from just the travels, even in recent weeks, in Alexandria, in Naples, in Jeddah, in Istanbul, in Tel Aviv, great scientists and engineers, bring them here. It'll just be a wonderful flowering of the local, of the neighborhood that I think is extremely important. When you discussed about the Greek diaspora, which is everywhere, I think having a Greek diaspora everywhere is great for Greece, by the way. Not to bring everyone home, but to connect everyone so that that diaspora is a 21st century, really heartbeat of connection and so on. That is Magna Graecia for the 21st century. So I think it's really a fantastic opportunity. And the last point that I wanted to make is that this is not simple, but I think it's important and very important for Greece, which is that in the United States, we have an us versus them mentality right now, which is not wise, not helpful, not productive. Even in American universities, professors literally were arrested for not disclosing their links with Chinese universities. This is unbelievable, given everything about America, which is that it all came from immigrants and it all came from the diversity. That's where all our science came from also, which is waves of great scientists and engineers arriving. And I hope it doesn't go this way, but there's a lot of pressure to stop the connections. I resist it completely. I think it's completely destructive. I would hope that in Greece, you keep connections with Russian scientists and engineers, even now, and with Chinese scientists and engineers. They're some of the best scientists and engineers in the world. And this idea that we're cutting off the networks and so forth is not the right approach to anything. So I just want to say, be a global hub that is really open to all of the interconnections. The benefits will be astounding, and it will be, I think, the finest tradition of this civilization. So I really hope you go in that direction.
Jeff, the projects that I've shown, which I remind are just a subset of projects that will be supporting the hubs, involve more than 500 research institutions around the globe. Yeah. So we are inclusive, we are welcoming, we work with everybody, we work a lot with China and Eastern Europe, all the countries across Eastern Europe. We have close link with the Balkans, let alone Europe, Africa, US, Latin America, and we want to increase this engagement. So rest assured that we will do that. Collaboration is the key to any success. I would like next to call to the floor Konstantinos Aravosis, the General Secretary of the Minister of Environment, a friend, a collaborator, again a scientist that is leading the Ministry of Environment, and again one of the ministries together with the Climate Change Ministry and the Ministry of Technology and Research that will support the hub, and the hub will be under your auspices. Thank you, Constantino, for being here.
Yes, dear Professor Sachs, Professor Koudouri, dear Professor Zerefos, Minister Dimas, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really very happy and honored to be here today at the launch of this international climate hub, the SDSN Climate Hub, because it is for sure that it will play a very important role at international but also at national level. We have seen and observed the recent presentations of FIVI, and it is for sure that the new hub will be able to offer solutions, innovative solutions and technology for the most important problem of our world today, the climate crisis. And the climate crisis is evident. We see it also in Greece. We have recent mega fires. Minister Stylianidis has referred to that before, but also floods and natural disasters that affect not only the environment, but our lives, the standard of our living. And so it is very crucial to find tools and methodologies and innovative aid in order to settle this problem, or at least to find solutions to adapt to that, because it is a problem that we will face for the next decades. So the EU, apart from that, we are coming out of the global COVID-19 pandemic, and so the whole world is currently facing a new challenge. We have the Ukrainian war, which also is a great challenge for our world, and it has effects, all kinds of effects, economic, social, and environmental effects. So we need to intensify our efforts and further strengthen our environmental agenda in order to prevent future global pandemics and future other disasters. EU has a very ambitious agenda, and as you know, there are EU policies that are one of the most ambitious policies worldwide. EU is leading the world concerning the environmental agenda, and so we are very happy to be there as Greece, and Greece has also a very ambitious agenda. You might know that. It is one of the leading countries in the EU when new policies are discussed, especially in the recent years. And now EU is heading to the new targets for 2030. EU has achieved the 2020 targets very well. There, the EU emission trading system has played a significant role. And now the new 2030 goal is to reduce emissions by 55%, and also to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. These are very important targets, and it's not easy to achieve them if you don't have a very significant plan. In fact, there is the EU Green Deal, which provides the growth strategy of Europe and the policies, the main policies that can be followed in order to achieve these very ambitious targets. And here, very important is to have a constant supply of secure and clean energy for the next years to come. This is very important. Also very important is to mobilize the industry for a clean and circular economy. Also to renovate energy and all the resources in a new model, and this model is the model that will be based on circular economy. As you might know, Europe has a European Circular Economy Plan, which aims to transform the economy into what we could call circular, green, but also digital model. And we must say that Fit for 55 is a tool. It is something that is being discussed in Europe now. And when it will be finalized, we will have to restructure all the legislation in Europe according to the new EU principles, so that we could meet the targets, the new ambitious targets for tackling the climate crisis problem. Greece has already adopted very important legislation tools, and we are heading towards our targets for 2030. Actually, we are now revising our national plan for energy and climate, which is going to be revised according to the new targets, and it is going to be our, let's say, business and investment plan up to 2030, where all needed investments, and especially concerning the new energy mix that we have to have by 2030, there we have to find the way, and one of the most important targets is to shift our energy production from lignite to renewable energy sources. And apart to that, a very important target that goes together with that is energy savings. So we have concrete plans for that. And for example, eco-mobility is one of the policies that we can implement. And also, we have a national circular economy plan for the next 4 years that is the outcome of a consultation with all involved parties, and it includes 72 targets with very specific time frame and deadlines that we have to follow. So apart from that, something that has been recently through the Parliament is our new national climate law. Professor Zerefos has played a very important role in coming to the end after a long consultation period. We have now a plan which sets the target for reducing emissions by 55% by 2030, by delignitizing our economy by 2028, and 2025 we will reconsider. So maybe the plan could be even more ambitious. It depends on what will be the circumstances at that time, because we see how unstable is our environment now. Apart from that, what is very important is that we have budgets, we have carbon budgets for the most important industrial sectors of our economy. And we have now a mechanism, a new mechanism is created in order to follow the progress and to monitor each year what is going to happen. And we have also very specific measures for industry, for the public administration, for the municipalities, and of course, for the Greek industry, our Greek market, that has to adapt, and we will give them, of course, the motivation, the financial motives. We are very lucky that at that time, Minister Dimas has mentioned that we have a lot of funding available. There is the recovery fund, there is a lot of EU funding, all kinds of EU funding. We have around 70 billion euros for the next 4 years, out of which 1/3 will have to go to the energy and environmental sector. So we are lucky, we have the challenge, but we also have to do what is needed in order not only to absorb the money and the funding, but to make good use of that. And here, the new hub can play a very important role. It is for sure that we need new technologies that the hub can offer. It is an international fund, and we are very lucky that it is situated in Athens. And we must thank all the initiators, Jeff, and of course, Phoebe, for that. And we would look forward to cooperating with this new hub in the Ministry for Environment and Energy. We need technology, we need these tools, because our aim is, as I mentioned also before, to transform the Greek economy in the next 4 years in a new model, which will be the sustainable, circular, green, and digital model of our economy for the future. So we are really very looking forward to the help of the new hub. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Konstantinos Aravosis. This is what is amazing of Konstantinos' approach in the ministry. It's not just energy decarbonization, as most ministries of environment are focused on. It's about a mixture of solutions that has to do with energy decarbonization, renewables, circular economy, a big initiative, climate adaptation, digitalization, and even your great work on forest, which has to do with nature-based solutions. Jeff.
Well, it's just thrilling to listen to you and to also be confirmed every moment we've made a great decision to be here. So your holistic approach is exactly what we want to support, and please count on us for everything.
So much. Next, very brief welcomes from the rector of the Athens University of Economics and Business, and then the president of Athena Research Center on Information Technologies. The rector is Professor Dimitris Bourandonis, a dear friend, a dear colleague, and a rector that is really pioneering the international outreach of our university. Dimitri.
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to pass my sincere thanks to both of you for inviting me to this very important workshop. We are at the Athens University of Economics and Business, very delighted and greatly honored to act as a host for the SDSN Global Climate Hub. And we intend to do so in partnership with the Athena Research Center and with other important co-founding members, that is the SDSN, the Academy of Athens, and the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. The Athens University of Economics and Business is the premier higher education institution in business and economics in Greece, and the third oldest university in the country. And to recall, the university has been contributed for many years to SDSN. Research labs are the cornerstone of research conducted at our university, and their main purpose is to carry out high-level research and to increase knowledge that's created by research teams with common or complementary research interests. Professor Koudouri, faculty member of AUEB and chair of the network and of the Global Climate Hub, leads the research lab on socio-economic and environmental sustainability. The lab is widely acknowledged as a pioneering research institution in innovative human-centric interdisciplinary research for the sustainable interaction between nature, society, and the economy. The mission of the lab is to facilitate a science-driven transformation towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals of UN Agenda 2030 and beyond, the Paris Agreement on Climate Change, and the European Green Deal. The research lab on socio-economic and environmental sustainability at the university belongs to the Alliance of Excellence for Research and Innovation on Aephoria. So, Aephoria is the overstretched institutions which will provide the research capacity, financings, and outreach network that will support the Global Climate Hub. The mission of the club is to provide science-based recommendations for combating the climate crisis and preventing further deterioration. It will use, as Professor Koudouris said before, extensive data, knowledge, and technologies provided by experts in various fields to implement country-specific action plans to be adopted by the society. The Athens University of Economics and Business is honored to be leading, along with our partners, this global initiative that puts Greece at the center of effective science-driven contribution towards the solution of one of the existential problems of our times. The responsibility is huge and should be shared. The challenge is welcome indeed. What I would like to add is that if you see the title of the workshop today, I think that there is something which is probably missing between the wisdom and the challenges. That is that the ancient wisdom led to the evolution of the notion of responsibility. So this notion of responsibility as an intermediate variable can lead actually the capacity of the society, of the international society, to meet modern challenges. So I come with a suggestion that one of your next workshop would be on the evolution of the notion of responsibility, which is key notion for dealing with problems like climate change. Many thanks.
Thank you so much, Rector. Indeed, responsibility. Jeff?
Well, we're grateful for the partnership, and thank you, and looking forward to working together with you on this very much.
Miris, the president of Athena Research Center on Information Technologies, and also a professor at the National and Kapodistria University of Athens. Everybody has so many hats.
Thank you.
Dear Professor Sachs.
I think you have to.
Dear Professor Sachs, dear Professor Koudouris, thanks for the invitation and congratulations for this great initiative. Athena Research Center is thrilled to co-host the Global Climate Hub, and I believe we have a lot of things to offer along the lines that were already discussed. I'll take a couple of minutes to tell you our possible contributions, and I think we have already started working in this direction. Athena Research Center, like all research centers in Greece, emphasize applied research, and we have the characteristic to focus on ICT, information communication technologies. So we have a very large spectrum of expertise in everything, data, computation, machine learning these days, artificial intelligence. Because of our focus, we are very much motivated to look at specific applications that will take our expertise to society and to economy. And sustainable development and climate crisis is a prime example and a prime opportunity for us to make this technology transfer. Thanks to the group of Phoebes that has been with us for some time, we have already started walking on this path, and the Global Climate Hub is going to take us one step further. We have a range of activities like those that Koundouri's group already were mentioned. I have to tell you that we are discussing things that go beyond research towards innovation and towards startups. In our mission, we have innovation, and on our title actually, and we already have a handful of very active startups. Some of them are mainly technological. We had a major exit a few years back, 30+ million bought by Samsung. But right now we have startups on more relevant fields like circular economy, and already discussing about fresh products, blue growth, along with more technical aspects like blockchain or data analytics. We have a very large number of projects ongoing. More than half of them are funded by EU, and they focus on things that are very important for the Global Climate Hub, including data management and knowledge extraction from very large-scale platforms and clouds. We are leaders at the national level, and we are representing Greece at European fora on this. We have a very strong expertise in data analytics that would be relevant to our discussion. It was already mentioned by Minister Stylianidis that we need to base our decisions on scientifically and data-driven approaches, and we are putting a lot of emphasis on that. Recently, we got a very big funding from RRF to host a new group on artificial intelligence, about 20 million for Archimedes, and they would be delighted, I'm sure, to extend their applications to domains of public good, just like the climate crisis. Our recent efforts, again supported by RRF and the EU, are on a new robotics institute, and that could also help technologically to approach problems in the climate crisis. So I think we are very much positioned to support the digital transformation and the green transformation, and we are very eager to come to you and to welcome your questions and challenges when they come to us. So thank you for your attention.
And thank you for all the support throughout the years. Both you and the previous president, Yannis Ioannidis, you've been amazing in embracing a non-engineer in the hardcore information technology engineering research center in Greece. And I think this shows how open you are to interdisciplinarity. Thank you very much. The last very...
just
yes,
to add how fitting
please,
it is that when the EU decided to have an innovation strategy, it was called Archimedes. This is obvious, but just to underscore the point, you got there first. Again,
as always,
2,100 years ago in Syracuse. So that's very good.
If only we could bring back all this wisdom, if only. We are trying, we are doing our best. We had a few decades of non-action, but we will recover. Last but not least, a very important contribution to this workshop, a contribution that made this question happen, is by the Aikaterini Laskaridis Foundation, whose president is Panos Laskaridis. We are thankful to our golden sponsor. We couldn't do this without them. Please, Mr. Panos Laskaridis, the floor is yours.
Dear Professor Sachs, dear Professor Sachs, dear Phoebe, dear Professor Zarefos, thank you very much for allowing me to address your illustrious congregation with a few words this morning. Both Professor Zarefos and Professor Sachs alluded to some very important names in Greek history, in Greek philosophy, and as I was coming here this morning, I was thinking that Aristotle didn't do too badly for himself, actually, having spent some time as teacher and mentor of Alexander the Great. And I was also reminiscing how lucky this guy was, because he was taught by Aristotle, who in turn was taught by Plato, and who in turn learned the trade by Socrates. So what a absolutely amazing sequence of events and coincidences. Well, it's a pleasure and honor to address you today and be here with you, and most of all being allowed to co-host and co-organize this workshop. We have done a similar workshop 3 years ago, before the pandemic, at our foundation in Piraeus. At that time, the subject was, if I remember it correctly, neoclassical economics reconsidered within Plato's and Aristotle's ethical framework. Now, the idea, well, a very complicated title, but I think it was a very interesting and successful symposium. There is not really very much to say about Professor Sachs. His scholarly work and his educational work, as well as his teachings at Columbia, are very well known to everyone. He has been particularly, I think, famous of his capacity of thinking outside the box and addressing issues which go beyond what all of us think in everyday life. But perhaps more important is his work in the last 10 years, since he created the United Nations SDSN, which has such a brilliant past over the last 10 years and looks forward to a more brilliant future henceforth. Now, sustainability is a concept which is still somewhat obtuse and lacks full clarity and transparency, simply because every one of us has still different opinions, different ideas, and different notions about it. But it can only flow from everyone's concern about climate change, and that's the originating point of the consideration for developing sustainability concepts for the future. My own knowledge, or part of my own knowledge and experience in climate change and sustainability issues, has arisen during the years I was Greece's representative in Brussels at the European Ship Owners Association, first as its vice president and then as its president. And there we worked for a very long time, quite diligently, in developing ideas about the maritime policy response to the ongoing European legislation and regulation concerning shipping especially. These policies and regulations are still developing, and they are actually being considered and reconsidered all the time. Konstantinos has alluded to the Fit for 55 broad framework. Within this framework, the inclusion of shipping in the emissions trading scheme is very much hotly debated, and the views of shipping are now slowly being taken into account in order that the emerging legislation and regulation, which is now being debated between the Parliament, the European Commission, and the Council of Ministers, is going to crystallize and develop over the next period. This year's symposium centers around the concept of using the ideas of the past to study their relevance and the implications in our lives of today. As mentioned before, we hope to host next year a more comprehensive symposium attended by many more of our friends from China who have been prevented this year due to known circumstances, and we're looking forward to welcoming them next year. Incidentally, our foundation has some profound relations with Chinese institutions, mainly the University of Tsinghua in Beijing and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. And one of the things we're proud of at our foundation is having established and being sponsors since quite a number of years of 2 endowed chairs for the study of modern Greek language in Tsinghua University and in the University of Amsterdam. And 3 years ago, during the visit of the Chinese president in Greece, one of the agreements that were signed back at that time was the establishment of a small research center at our foundation with the purpose, between ourselves and the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, with the purpose of studying Greek-Chinese relations. To finish, just 2 words about our foundation. It was established back in 2005, but it continued the educational and cultural and social work of the family of the late Aikaterini Laskaridis, which had started about 70 years ago after the Second World War. It is a foundation which basically houses a very large library. It's the second biggest library in Greece with more than 600,000 titles, but its uniqueness consists in the fact that it is not a library where books are piled one upon the other, but it consists of some 90 individual collections of renowned and famous scholars, both in Greece and abroad, scholars and artists. So it's a library of libraries, basically. And among these collections are some which are of unique value. The second basic work that this foundation does are its educational programs. There are more than 150 of them every year, approved by the Ministry of Culture and offered for free to students of secondary education. And we are proud that more than 30,000 students attend these educational program every year. Clearly, the last 2 years have been went almost by the wayside because of the pandemic, but we look very much forward to restart them with vigor in this coming academic year. This is basically all I wanted to say. We are going to hold tomorrow a debate between Professor Sachs and Professor Platias at our foundation, and everyone who would be interested to attend, we would be delighted to welcome them. By the way, our guests there will be able to see an exhibition which is currently running there of Greek incunabula. This means books printed before the year 1500. Among them, of course, in a prominent position, the first edition of Aristotle's works, printed between 1494 and 1498, and some other outstanding first editions of books by Greek important people of the antiquity. This is all I wanted to say. I want to thank you once again, Professor Sachs, for allowing us to be a part of this important voyage into the future, into the necessities of how we look at the future of our planet and what we can do about it. And we are most happy to have you with us in Greece. Once again, thank you very much, and I wish you a successful 3 days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laskaridis. I will give you the floor, Jeff, but I want to say something extremely important, at least for me and SDSN Greece. The woman within Aikaterini Laskaridis Foundation, who first jumped to help us with the idea of this series of workshops and symposiums. The woman who is part of our leadership council and has helped most than anybody else in giving us a solid ground that is both scientific but also financially doable is Susanna Laskaridis. Susanna, please stand up. It's important for me to stand up for people to see you. Susanna is not just leading the shipping is not just a leading figure in the shipping company of her family. She's also an inspirational woman across Europe. She's leading the Blue Cycle Initiative, a big marine circular economy initiative, and she's attracting attention, but also important impact across Greece, across the Mediterranean Sea and beyond. Thank you so much, Jeff.
Let me add my words of gratitude to both of you and to the Laskaridis family and foundation. It's such an incredible joy to be together with you and to be guided by you and to be inspired by you and to partner with you and to be supported by you as well. I think when we think about sustainability, more and more I realize that the most fundamental sustainability is cultural sustainability, is the vision of a society and a civilization that reaches back to its roots and its purpose and its meaning. And that's exactly what you do in every way. You are leading the Greek ship owners. Now, that's a tradition that is at least 2,500 years old, the Greek ship owners. And the Greek ship owners made this world, defended Western civilization at its most crucial moment, led new technologies in shipping in particular, and you are leading new technologies in shipping for the 21st century, and your voice in Brussels and your leadership there is not only exemplary, it is really changing the future of shipping, but in a way that is guided by your experience and your wisdom and the role of the Greek ship owners, and I want to thank you profoundly for that. As all of our attendees will see tomorrow, this remarkable collection of the library is another part of sustainability and continuity. You'll see things that are just absolutely stunning in the beautiful setting of the foundation, and with this remarkable library of incunabula of the books printed before 1600. 1600, is it 50? 1600, yes. And that is also mind expanding and inspiring for us, because it again is this extraordinarily rich, sustainable heritage. Of course, you're also leading in many initiatives specifically on protecting the Mediterranean and cleaning the pollution and in so many other areas. So it's really a profound honor and joy to be together with you on this. And we're excited you got us started. You helped us at the beginning. The opportunity and vision keeps expanding, and that's thanks to you, and we're grateful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, indeed, thank you so much. Our second and last golden sponsor is son Ikos, and Eleni Andriadi, a friend, a supporter, a member of the SDSN Greece Leadership Council, again, like Susanna, has always been there to give us not just her leadership, because she's a leading figure and her family is a leading family in sustainable tourism in Greece, the country that is based on tourism and is well known about its touristic capacity, but she's also something very sensitive and very close to my heart. She writes children's books about climate change. I can tell you that all of our children in Greece have been taught about climate change by Eleni. Eleni could not be here with us because of a COVID incident in the family, but I see her on the screen and it's an amazing view.
Hello all, good morning. I'm really sorry not to be able to be with you today as I planned. It's a great honor to be part of this workshop, both personally as a member of the Leadership Council of the Greek Sustainable Development Solutions Network, and in my capacity representing a company that's actively pursuing the SDGs. A huge congratulations to the organizers, to Professor Koudouri, Professor Sachs, Professor Zerefos there. I wish I could be there with you all for this exceptional concept, this initiative, and a warm welcome to all international attendants and friends there. For modern Greece, ancient Greece is an inescapable part of our identity. And this is true for our company too, the Sani Ecos Group, a hospitality company with 10 hotels in Greece and 1 in Spain, the first Greek hotel brand to expand internationally with a Greek brand. Our oldest resort, Sani Resort in Chalkidiki, the home of Aristotle, is located in the area of the ancient city of Sani, a city that was founded in the 7th century before Christ, one of the 3 colonies actually of the island of Andros in the region. And our second brand, Ecos Resorts, also has ancient roots, Ecos being of course the ancient Greek word for family and house, symbolizing the warmth of hospitality that we aim to offer our guests. Our historic past and wisdom can no doubt provide valuable and fresh insights about how to tackle today's pressing emergencies, climate change, biodiversity loss, plastic pollution among them. At Sani Ecos, a member of the United Nations Global Compact, sustainability is part of the fabric of our business strategy and our culture. And our ESG programs focus on 3 pillars: the sustainable operations of our resorts, the protection of Mediterranean biodiversity, and the support of local communities, our people, and local economies in the areas in which we operate. We're striving to make significant progress, aiming higher. Sani Resort was the first carbon neutral resort in Greece, and Ecos Resorts followed after within 2021. All our resorts run on renewable energy, and we're investing heavily in renewables. We have an ambitious 000 goal to be net zero by 2030, but also zero plastic and zero waste to landfill by 2024. So we're working hard on these goals, partnering with various experts that we're honored to be in partnership with, such as the Hellenic Ornithological Society to protect our wetlands, IC to document the resident dolphin populations in our waters, as well as the Institute for Forest Research for the forest protection in our areas. We support over 40 organizations, be it through scholarships to local farmers, to farm more sustainably, renovating unaccompanied children refugee hostels, or founding and abused women's shelters, such initiatives. And of course, it is an absolute joy to be able to support initiatives, very important initiatives such as this one. So thank you for the honor to be part of this community. We believe that the hospitality sector, the sector of philoxenia, which we're known for since ancient times, can play an important role in Greece and the Mediterranean in the transition to a greener, smarter and fairer future. So thank you again, and I wish and I hope to be able to meet you soon. at the first opportunity. Wishing you a wonderful, immersing, and rewarding workshop. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eleni. We are always grateful. Thank you.
Just an announcement. There is an exhibition on the 200th anniversary of the liberation of Greece just next door in the Eastern Aula. So you're welcome to visit it. And I shall call our museologist. Well, museum comes from the muses, you know, Muses. So there is coffee break, and you can combine it after the coffee break with your visit to the...
Thank you so much. And after the coffee break, we have the session on machine learning and AI and how they can help us move forward in current times, a session that will be chaired by Professor Yannis Ioannidis and co-chair of SDSN Climate Hub and so many other things. Just be back on time. I will let you know when time to be back is. Thank you.
It is great to welcome you to this first session on, as part of the program on the workshop of ancient wisdom for modern challenges. And we're not starting from the ancient wisdom, we'll go directly to the modern. And this session is, Professor Ramirez, please sit here. The ethics of AI in the digital age. And we have a great panel. I don't want to feel alone here, so at any point I'll have the next two speakers being physically present here. So I will set the stage with some thoughts on artificial intelligence, and then I will go into the panel. Please. Hopefully this works on. Okay, that's the title, and I'm Yannis Ioannidis, professor at the National Kapodistan University of Athens and also affiliated with the Athena Research Center. Okay, what did we do? Okay, artificial intelligence is the simulation by computing machinery of human intelligence for a bunch of activities like learning, deduction, autocorrection, and so on. So if we look at an artist's depiction, animation, so to speak, of human intelligence, essentially we have the brain, and then we have the world that feeds us observations and other stimuli. And then we become more intelligent, we light up, and that's part of the learning. And then when a question or an issue arises, we process it and we come up with an answer. And that's deduction. And of course, after we deduce things, then we go back and learn more, and that's autocorrection of what we've learned and so on and so forth. Okay? Roughly, this is what we do on every instance of our lives. So what is the life cycle of artificial intelligence? Well, instead of a brain, there is technology. And then there is data that is fed into this technology, and this technology does its processing, and we end up with artificial intelligence. And that's how we create artificial intelligence. That's part of the learning. And then when we use AI, we have again a question, we feed it into AI, and we come up with an answer. And of course, there is the feedback loop. So you see, it's exactly the same process, only that instead of having a brain, we have technology. So what? Okay, fine. Why AI has existed since the times of Turing, okay, 70 years. Why the big fuss in the last few years? And the issue is scaling. It used to be that our technology was tiny and our data sets were tiny, and therefore whatever AI we're coming up with was tiny and only small problems we could solve. But now our technology has advanced tremendously, hardware, software, algorithms, and so on. This gives us the ability to create huge data sets that then we end up creating very advanced artificial intelligence, and we can answer very big and important issues. So scaling is the issue, and given how we go, artificial intelligence is our future. Do we trust it? Do we have fears about it? How do we deal with it? Well, it's very legitimate to have fears. Fears of AI making decisions without an explanation. Yes, you'll get the loan. No, you will not get the loan. Yes, you'll go in jail. No, you will not go in jail. Fears of privacy. We are being followed everywhere. We have a monitor in our pockets, many, in our watch, everything. What about our privacy? What about bigger things, industry? I mean, AI is at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution. And what have we learned from the previous three revolutions? Cyber-physical systems now we have, but before we had mechanization. Water power was the first revolution, and many fears existed, fears of loss of jobs, or evolution of jobs. Will my job exist? But like the first three revolutions, yes, we had a transition period, which was painful partly, but things changed. Some jobs were removed, but many jobs were created. Many more financial models could come up. Bill Gates wants to tax robots, so if a robot replaces a human, then whoever has the robot, still the robot has to pay taxes, and so on. So we can put our minds, and if we come back to this picture, okay, this is not outside of us. The technology is created by a human. And the data that is fed to the technology is decided by a human. So yes, there are all these fears, and AI looks exotic and away from us, but AI is in our control. And we have to exercise this control like we've exercised it with every other thing. And this is talking about artificial intelligence, but we have artificial arms for lifting in the past. We've had artificial legs for moving. They're called cars. And we have artificial hearts for life. Okay, we replace hearts now, not now. So there is artificial intelligence, the same thing, only that we moved from other parts of our body that we came up with artificial counterparts to the brain. And of course, this is the biggest, the most fearful. But we can exercise the same wisdom, ancient or modern wisdom, okay, to deal with artificial intelligence. And as Protagoras said, pan metron anthropos, man, not in the gender sense, but in the human sense, as for replacement for human, the way it was called then, is the measure of all things. So there are no bad technologies. So AI is not bad. There are only bad uses of technology, and we can use wisdom and we can use ethics on how to deal with AI. So our future is artificial intelligence, but we need to be responsible and ethical artificial intelligence. And we have the right symbiosis of the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence with an ethics substrate. And connecting to the launch of the Climate Hub and of course SDSN and the UN SDGs, all of them on the surface is about economics, about life and so on. But for me, I think a substrate of everything is ethics. And our goals is an ethical test of humanity. Do we have the ethics to change our way of life, to put aside our financial interests, our political interests, or other interests, and based on an ethical foundation, go ahead and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So artificial intelligence is our future, I said it before, but to be more precise, it's responsible and ethical artificial intelligence that is our future. And in doing so, our future is in our control. With this as a jump start of this presentation, we have a panel of amazing scientists and contributors to tell us their perspective on the ethics of AI in the modern era. And I will be presenting the 5 panelists. Each one will intervene for about 10 minutes, and then we'll have almost a whole hour for us to discuss, answer questions, and so on. I apologize, but we do have to change the order for just one bit. Professor Emeritus, President of Athena Research Center and a colleague of mine at the University of Athens, has exams. So because of our delay, he has to go first. So, Professor Emeritus.
Thank you. Hello again. This time I'll focus on the topic of the session. I may say a couple of words about what we're doing in Athena Research Center, but I would like to emphasize certain aspects of AI that are important today. And I think I'll try to touch upon 2 main aspects. One is the technical approach and what can be useful and what can be learned, especially for applications towards society and towards climate change. But I would like also to consider how the wider public perceives AI and what are the dangers there. So let me start with this last part, which is how we can make new technologies in general, and AI in particular, more accessible and more accepted by the non-expert. I think one aspect that I can propose there, and coming from our own research in artificial intelligence in the wider sense, is that we need to be able to explain the algorithm. Okay, explainability today is the main thrust. If you look at the calls of the European Union, it might have the biggest part among all the AI calls, and it is a very general demand of society. It is a request to make the black box into a white box. It is also a request of the scientific community that is not ready to accept a result that is not proven, that is not formalized. And I think fundamental research there has a lot to offer. Having a mathematical background myself, I think we have very powerful techniques that come from the theory of computer science and should be applied to explain and to guide the algorithms instead of jumping fast on a technology that has proven correct on a few examples, and then we are eager to apply to another set of examples. It's not always working like that, and we have to be very careful in trusting a method that has not been tested in the specific domain we are interested in. So my proposal is to allow for fundamental research to come into play and give some time and give some space to researchers to be able to formalize their approach before just applying it to new problems. A very related second thing I would like to underline is bias. Bias in AI comes sometimes inherently with the data we're using. You understand AI is a data-centric approach, and it relies on the data we give it, and it relies also on the way that we feed into the machine, the way we present the data, like the sequence or the statistics of the data that come with it. It turns out that we have a new European project precisely on removing bias, usually gender bias and religion bias and so on, from the process of selecting candidates either for a job position or for a position at the university, like students and so on. I find out, starting this project, that these are problems already faced in certain countries, even for admitting students in high schools. So we have to be careful how much we trust the system. We have to be careful what formal certificates we require from the system. And I think the community of computer science and AI in particular is there to provide these answers. So we have to request that, to require that. So having talked about data, I have to touch upon a more technical point, which is a problem commonly referred to as garbage in, garbage out. If we don't give the algorithm the correct information, or if we don't give enough information to cover all cases, it is very probable that we'll get either a biased or an erroneous answer. So there is a large part of our field that now focuses on data processing and often says that the model sometimes is less important than the data itself or the way we prepare the data. Okay. Statistics is very important there. The whole area sometimes used to be called statistical learning. Now it's called machine learning. So data preparation is not only on the quantity of the data, it's also on the statistics that go with the data and the way it's prepared, it's presented. Some areas of application come easily to mind when I speak to this crowd, and many of them have a lot to do with forecasting, either in weather forecasting or in natural disasters, energy forecasting. These are problems that the community is already working on, and I think we have very encouraging results, and we are ready to trust a lot of algorithms in this direction. We have to be more careful when it comes to automated decision-making for other applications, when it comes to health decision-making or in the justice systems and so on. What we can ask for there, besides formal description of the algorithm, another aspect that will allow the public to embrace new technologies is openness. So it's very important for Athena Research Center in particular, for the whole community, is to look at practices of open science. Open science is not only about publishing our papers on green access. It's also about publishing our data. It's on allowing another researcher to duplicate the work and be able to check the whole pipeline. Very often is about publishing algorithms or models. And we have to be very careful how to do that in order not to infringe upon the right of the inventor or of the researcher who first did this step forward. So it's not, there are no easy answers, right? It's not a good approach to say everything will be embargoed for a few years. It's not optimal to say everything will be open immediately from the first day, right? We have to be very careful on people that invest a lot of effort in creating these models, in collecting the data, in analyzing the data. But on the other hand, we have to be able to give tools to the community for doing open access. I think open access now is maturing. The European Union has accepted its importance and has accepted also its force as a facilitator of progress eventually. We have to do the same effort at the national level. So Athena is very proud to lead this effort at the national and European level. I don't know if Professor Ioannidis will have the time to touch upon that because he's an expert, but I think it's connected to the openness we need for the algorithms and for the artificial intelligence that we're discussing today. So I have a couple of points also to touch upon here. One is how this progress and the requirements we make on artificial intelligence connect to the private sector, because I have focused on researchers and I have focused on research centers and universities mainly so far. Imagine a startup that is doing a lot to be able to survive and be able to go to the next step, and then we come along and we say, look, next to your models and next to your algorithms, you have to ensure interpretability, you have to ensure openness. How easy is it for a small group of people to ensure all of these things at the same time? This is not an easy problem. We have, as a representative of Athena Research Center, we have some experience because we are incubating small companies, and we have some experience of the trade-off that is that lies there, and of the complexity of the problem. We have small startups that are very close to our system because they are hosted on our premises. We have also Coralia, which is an incubator and hosts small and large companies, and we can see the different levels of difficulty. So, of course, it's very easy for an academic forum to require all these levels of transparency and accountability, but we have to see also how this boils down in practice. And again, I believe that algorithmic approaches, computational approaches, in general, innovation at this level, at the fundamental level, can help bridge the gap when it comes to larger groups or to smaller groups. Maybe I will conclude with one important aspect that was mentioned in the morning, that we have to put a lot of emphasis on climate crisis, and correctly, this is a major challenge for us and for the new generations and for our planet. We have to see how this connects to social aspects and the social crisis, I think it was called in the morning. And to make it more precise for what I'm discussing today, I would like to bring your attention obviously the different speeds at which different communities and different societies approach AI and reap the benefits of AI. So we would like to have transparent, accountable, open AI. We would like also to have accessible AI to different countries of the world, different regions of the world, different levels of income. AI as a tool is quite easy. You can go now to Google's machine, Facebook's machine, and an undergraduate can tackle an interesting problem in 6 months. An undergraduate in computer science who has no expertise in neural networks, for instance, can use an existing pipeline and maybe give you a prediction about wind energy that would be a bit worse than what is state of the art, right? It's very hard to do this last mile and beat the state of the art, but if you want an average model, in 6 months, a good fourth year bachelor student in computer science can do it. He will open up the papers, he will take the software, the programming languages have evolved a lot. Does everybody on the planet have the same access? Do all societies have this possibility? Is it our responsibility to bring this progress to everybody's reach? I think I have covered a lot. Maybe I should conclude now, and I'll stick around maybe for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yannis, Professor Emiris. And let's go to the second panelist. Keep notes of all your questions, and then we'll discuss them. So now we will connect to talk to Professor Shui Lan, Dean of the Schwarzman College in Tsinghua University. Unfortunately, could not be with us, and then we'll have a virtual presentation, a remote presentation from Connect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a great honor to be part of this discussion. I hope that Okay, let me see if I can share a PPT.
Now you're online, and now I think we can hear you. So welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me first, send my greetings to our colleagues on site, and also to congratulate for the launch of the symposium and the SDSN Global Climate Hub. I think actually our chair has done a great job in laying out the foundations and some basic issues. So let me share my slides. Can I do that? I think actually I'm trying to do that, and I was responded with not allowing. Can I do that? Share my PPTs. Let me try. Can the host allow me to share my slides?
He's working on it.
Okay, great. But meanwhile, I just wanted to send my apologies for not being able to join you on site. I've been to Athens before to some of the ancient sages' footsteps. I think it's so wonderful to be able to join you for this discussion, and also that we hope that next year we can join you. Let me see if I can do that. Share. Can I?
And now you can share.
If I can share the screen. Okay. Can you see that? Can you see my screen?
Not yet. It says started screen sharing, but no end.
Uh-huh.
He can share, right?
But anyway, I just wanted to say that actually, initially I had three issues I wanted to talk about. The first, of course, is what AI can bring us, and also what are the potential risks. I think thanks very much to the chair that you've covered that very nicely. So I can skip that. But also I wanted to talk about China's practice.
Apologies for interrupting you, but now we see a black screen. So we don't see your slides and we don't see you. So it's a lose-lose situation.
Okay, so maybe I should really stop the sharing, I guess. I just stopped.
Yeah, try it again. Maybe you have two screens and you're sharing the hidden screen.
Yeah. I've actually unplugged them just to try to. Okay, now it's kind of a. Is it better now?
No, it's still just a black screen. Why don't you stop sharing and then try again?
Yeah, that's what I was just. It seems to be some issue not able to stop the screen sharing. Okay. Is it stopped?
No. Maybe just stop sharing so that at least we can see you. Okay. Now we see.
Okay, I stopped sharing.
Why don't you present without putting it in presentation mode? Do share your screen, but don't put it in presentation mode.
Okay.
Then we'll be seeing your slides.
Okay. So you think we can still try to share the screen?
Yeah, but just without. Yeah, share your slides.
Yeah. Can you see that?
Get out of presentation mode, though.
Yeah. Okay. Get out of the presentation mode. Yeah.
Yes. Just this way, and excellent.
Okay, you can see that, right?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So I'll skip the previous part. I think on the AI governance, I will just focus on two issues. One is how AI governance has been practiced in China, and also what are the I think also what are the rationale for global AI governance. I think China's AI governance basically actually was started in the year, I can say that year 2017, when China issued a national plan for the next generation of AI. I think in that document, it's a document that's really promoting the development of AI, but also I think it discusses about potential risks in AI. I think that exactly as the ones that laid out very nicely by our chair. And so I think in the in this plan, I think also there was a concern of how actually China can properly guard the potential risk that AI might bring. So a strategic advisory committee was established in the same year when this plan was issued. And also an expert committee for AI governance was also established on February 2019. I was the chair, I've been the chair of the committee, and so the first job we started is to try to come up with an AI governance principles that hopefully can serve as a guide for the industry. So we worked very hard, and so on June 17th, we issued the governance principles. I think we came up with basically the 8 principles that's listed here. As you can see, there was a document online that if people are interested, you can find it. And also in last year, we issued another one that China's AI ethical governance guidelines. And that again, hopefully that can provide further guidance to the industry. And also, I think in the last few years, I think that after a very rapid development and implementation of AI technologies in China, since the year 2020, China began to put out a whole set of legislations and administrative ordinance to try to provide a regulatory framework for AI's application. Last year, September, China's data security law became effective. Last November, the Personal Information Protection Law also became effective. Those laws were actually debated a long time, actually, in the People's Congress. But I think when people see the rapid development of the technology, and then actually the 2 laws were put out. And also, I think China also came out a whole set of the legal and administrative sort of kind of regulatory guidelines on the in terms of governance of platform, algorithm, and data. I think in this rapid development in the governance practice, there are some critical issues that we can see that there's kind of a struggle. And first of all, in terms of goal of the regulations, I think that there seems to be a need for balance among multiple objectives. The first, of course, is how do you to push for innovation, but at the same time provide proper risk governance. The second thing is that in terms of regulatory tools, I mean in terms of in pushing out the regulations, how do you maintain a proper balance between timeliness and the comprehensiveness? Because sometimes you need to do that fast, but it might be at the cost of not providing enough sort of coverage. So I think there's a trade-off there that also one have to be mindful. In terms of the process, it is very clear that, at least based on China's experience, there's a need for mutual adaptation between the regulators and innovators. So in the way that, I guess our previous, experience on regulation is that the regulator is, is more of the one that has all the power. But in this AI regulation, it's different. Many of the, the technology, details, the regulation, the people, the regulators do not necessarily know. So there's a need for forming a partnership between the innovators and and also the regulators. Of course, also we need to be vigilant about special interests in this process. The third, in terms of tools, again, I think here, so we argue that you need to nudge, but also not to punish too quickly, because sometimes actually people do not necessarily know, the potential, risks that might induce by some innovations. So you want to be very clear about your general principles and directions, but also you want to be careful about very hard constraints. So I think how to balance those two is also something that one have to be careful. And the last one is more about how to maintain, to be agile, to be flexible, be ready to change. I think that's sort of our AI governance principles that we add that so agile governance is a principle that we should follow. So that's the kind of experience that we have had in China, and hopefully that we can learn further from our international colleagues. But here, the second point I wanted to make is that we actually, for AI, we need to have a global governance, thinking. Why? I think, first of all, I think for the common goods, that is already, people have already talked about. I think the second is more of the common concerns. I think our chair have already mentioned that AI could have devastating sort of impact on human society. I think that some people are already at the UN platform there was already discussion about the laws, the large autonomous weapon systems. So I think that there could be many of those issues that we need to be concerned about. It's really a threat to the human society. And the third reason that we need to have a global governance in mind is that we need to reconcile differences. The governance of AI development and application, it can vary among different countries. Different people, different country may have different institutions and different principles. So we need to really, so it's not easy to reach a consensus. So we need to really form some kind of a global governance platform so that actually we can exchange ideas. And so that's sort of, I think China has been very much, really trying to work with other countries in international communities to really to learn about other, AI governance practices, and also to see how actually we can work together. And finally, let me say that we need to have more, platforms like this one to coordinate, to exchange ideas and to coordinate our governance, practices, and to learn lessons from each other, and to strengthen collaborations in AI research, but also, not just the hard science, but also including the governance-related research, and also to seek common values and to develop common principles that can guide the healthy development of AI. So that's the kind of key point I wanted to make. But I have to be sorry that I may have to leave a bit early, before this session ends, because this is an hour and a half later than what I anticipated. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lan, for this great portrayal of the landscape in China. And I'm really glad that the most frequent terms in your presentation were common and global and reconciliation. So this is very, very encouraging. And we apologize for the delay. The program slipped by. So did I understand correctly that you will not be able to stay further, or did I miss?
Yeah, I will probably stay for another probably 20 minutes or 30 minutes.
Okay, so we won't have you at the discussion, but we really appreciate your being here and listening. So moving along, I'm really, it's a pleasure to have now here Bin Song, who is Vice President of Berkman Institute, and she will tell us her perspective.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Emeritus and Professor Xue, for the wonderful and comprehensive survey of the landscape relating to AI ethics. I guess I am sort of taking a different angle or maybe more precisely, I'm taking a step back. So, so my topic today is how Eastern philosophies can help reshape our thinking on a shared future. So first of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to join this conference before this learned audience and in this great hall of human ingenuity and consummate intellectual creativity. I really feel humbled and privileged to have this opportunity to share with you some of my reflections, which actually transpired from the research programs I directed at the China Center of Bogorem Institute. Here I would like to salute scientists and philosophers who have joined up programs and that graciously shared their thoughts and ideas, some of whom actually are in this audience. At the China Center, we've been working in the cross-section of frontier technologies and Chinese philosophies. And to put it simply, we've been exploring the contemporariness of Chinese philosophical traditions of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, in an attempt to contribute to the production of new ideas or innovative thinking in this rapidly evolving digital era. Rapid advancement of frontier technologies such as AI and robotics has led to ruptures in our habitual thinking patterns and challenged many notions and concepts which we take for granted for centuries, if not millennia. So historian and the philosopher Yuval Harari aptly noted that we are now facing not just a technological crisis, but a philosophical crisis. He further noted that we are now facing the philosophical framework of modern world, which was established in the 17th and 18th century around the ideas of human agency and individual free will, is being challenged like never before. So we strongly actually echo this observation. In fact, disruptive technologies have offered us a golden opportunity to pause and rethink lessons and experiences of human development and to search for new foundational values which would be appropriate for the future of humanity and for the greater planetary flourishing. At this juncture, Eastern philosophies may offer inspirations and perspectives to help us reorient ourselves in this rapidly evolving digital era and perhaps reset our conceptual frameworks for thinking about the well-being of humanity, creatures, and other forms of beings. So in this session, let me share with you two ideas we explored in the past couple years. May I refer you to this book entitled Intelligence and Wisdom, AI Meets Chinese Philosophers, for more ideas analysis. This is the book that I edited. This is a result of a couple years of work, and then it was published in English last year by Springer. So the first idea I want to share with you is the notion of cosmological unity helps reorient us toward a non-anthropocentric future. Okay, this is the first idea. So evidently, any perception of AI and robotics cannot be appreciated without understanding how human beings are viewed in the grand scheme of things and how we relate to others in the universe. The study of the humans and human nature occupies an important place in all philosophical traditions. In modern societies, East and the West included, the study of humanity has been centered around the notion of individual as an autonomous, independent, and rational self. This notion of distinct entity, separate from others, has taken a center stage in our socio-economic and political thinking. It is perhaps fair to characterize modernity as an anthropocentric civilization, where human beings are the most significant entities in the world, separate from and superior to nature. While this anthropocentric mindset, together with the values of maximization, have been tempered somewhat in recent decades, but they continue to have a strong hold in mainstream global life. So in classical Chinese thinking, by contrast, the typical construct for understanding human beings is through the so-called trinity, for lack of a better understanding, trinity of heavens, earth, and humanity. In Chinese would be 天地人三才. It derives from one of the most ancient Chinese classics, I Ching, or the Book of Changes, which is the intellectual fountain of both Confucianism and Taoism. Heavens, earth, and humanity, along with the associated yin-yang forces, are viewed as the constituents of the cosmos, within which nature evolves, human beings prosper, and societies develop. Within this construct, human beings are inherently part of the broader cosmic forces. Human beings can only flourish if they follow the laws of the cosmos and strive to attain unity between the cosmic order and that of humanity. Among the classical traditions, Confucianism is known for its humanistic concerns and places much more emphasis on human proactivity. It is still nonetheless premised on the respect and awe for the laws of cosmos, rather than placing humans apart from, above, or in opposition to the rest of nature. So in Buddhism, sentient beings go through endless cycles of birth, growth, decay, and rebirth in different life forms. Human beings are understood as part of this endless cycle of samsara and are thus interconnected with other life forms. In addition, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. What Buddhism recognizes the importance of human agency in its enhanced ability to practice Dhamma and realize Buddha nature. It also emphasizes the primordial connectivity of all beings and the equality of all sentient creatures. In short, regardless of differences in the outlooks on the nature of humanity, human life, and social norms, none of the three dominant Chinese philosophical traditions place human beings in a supreme position within the universe, nor do they view human beings and nature as distinct and confrontational entities. So the arrival of digital age and the ubiquitous technology has caused many in the West to sound the alarm that we're losing subjectivity, human autonomy, and agency. There is much less such panic in China, where concerns simply do not reach the level of existential anxiety. Of course, this is not to say that there exists no fear or concern among the Chinese about the potential overreach or abuse of technologies. Nonetheless, as human beings have always been conceived in relation to other constituents of the universe, in the philosophical traditions of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism, the notions of human subjectivity and superiority have never been so deeply rooted in the popular psyche and the general world views. In addition, notions living with the other intelligent beings, most of which are more powerful and long-lasting than humans, abound in Taoist and Buddhist thinking. So in this sense, living with devices, programs, or other beings that may be more capable or intelligent than humans, regardless of levels of the consciousness, does not necessarily lead to an unimaginable dystopia. In short, the notion of cosmological unity may help recalibrate human agency in a broader, interconnected, and relational manner. In addition, this worldview would celebrate virtues of self-restraint, moderation, and perspective taking, or transposition taking, because in Chinese it's 换位思考. I don't know exactly how to translate it, but it's perspective taking on the part of humanity. So this is the first sort of a food for thought, okay, first notion. Secondly is human self-reflection and rectification are the key to a human-friendly AI future. Most Chinese philosophers would probably agree that a common theme of China's three dominant philosophical traditions lies in the theories and practices relating to what contemporary philosopher Tommy Fung referred to as exaltation of personality. All three traditions emphasize the importance of self-restraint, constant introspection, and the endless pursuit of sagehood. While they differ in the approaches to the nature of human life and notions of human flourishing, they share a commitment to personal cultivation. which is essential for self-fulfillment and broader social and spiritual goals. AI programs and robotics are the products of a human mind, and they exhibit nothing but our values and levels of consciousness. Therefore, AI and machines are humanity's mirror, reflecting and magnifying our strengths and flaws. Fear of AI and robotics, in essence, is fear of fellow human beings. We are the crux of the problem, and the humanity is the variable which will likely to have the biggest impact on the outcome of any AI future. So at this juncture of thinking about potential existential risks for humanity, while not diminishing the importance of enacting principles and guidelines for designing and deploy AI, a critical task facing humanity is our need to engage in deep self-reflection and self-rectification. We should pause and rethink and perhaps propose new foundational values appropriate for this age, marked by a multiplicity of existential level risks. To that end, for example, I proposed compassion and harmony as the foundational values for the digital era. Again, I have some elaboration in this book. I'm so glad to see Professor Xue was naming a number of principles coming out of the various AI governance bodies, one of which is harmony. And I think the concept of harmony can find a lot of resonance here in Athens, in Greece, although this concept is largely sort of missing in the modern Western philosophy, I would say. At the Program Institute, we also develop programs focusing on planetary thinking, which intends to transcend anthropocentric outlook and the framework of nation states. We also have programs to explore symbiosis in life sciences and the notion of 共生 in Chinese, in Eastern philosophies, kyosei in Japanese, which I translate into the notion of mutual embeddedness and coexistence. So our best chance for developing human-friendly AI and other forms of frontier technology is for humans to come together as one and tackle planetary challenges and become more compassionate and committed to building an inclusive and harmonious planetary ecosystem. Only when we start engaging in deep self-reflection, amending our own behaviors as appropriate, can we truly be role models for AI. So we only barely started the undertaking of bringing together frontier technologies and ancient wisdom. And then, so this is just some preliminary thinking. And then, I'll be very happy to take up questions. And then I look forward to learning from all of you, such an esteemed audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for transcending us into another world, and especially the two pillars that you mentioned, compassion and harmony, are things that we always have to have in our minds, no matter what we do, and especially when we play, quote unquote, with AI. Thank you very much. Moving along, so if we could have, because there are only 3 seats here, if we would have a change of guard, yeah, and then I'll call you for the, yeah. So please, Professor Barbara Hammer and Professor Periklis Mitkas, if they can join me here. And we'll continue with, it's a great pleasure to have Barbara Hammer, Professor of Machine Learning at Bielefeld University. I have met her in 2D, during the past 2 years, but now I met her in 3D, and it's I'm excited to hear what she has to say. Please.
Thank you very much. So actually, it is a great pleasure to have these really great speakers in front of me. So I'm here because I want to use machine learning. So I'm from machine learning for social goods. But today I would like to talk about something which is a little bit detailing what Professor Emiris already said, so fairnesses or unfairnesses, so risks, concrete risks of machine learning and AI. So 10 ways of AI how to be unfair. 10 is a bit arbitrary. It is grouped in 3 different big regions of unfairness, so to speak. And first, let's focus on what one does refer to if one refers to AI. Usually one refers to deep learning, which is a small subpart of machine learning, meaning learning from data, which is a small subpart of AI. If we would use whole AI today, problems would probably be less critical. And deep learning is characterized by usually being trained on huge data sets, being able to implement highly nonlinear regularities. And you see on the right a scatter plot where the white shapes are the decision boundaries of a comparably small network. It's the AlexNet on a comparably simple data set, which are the dots, which is a cipher data set. And already there it looks pretty crude, I would say. It is reaching this by being trained with training schemes provided by ML experts, which are usually very opaque and not understandable at all. And that has a reason, because understandable methods don't get the same results. Now, first types of unfairness are resource consumption. It's very clear that machine learning, deep learning in particular, will contribute its shares to global warming. If you look at what the AI benchmarks like the AlphaGo, AlphaZero, and now AlphaFold for protein folding use as energy, then you have an increase of 300,000 of the energy consumption from 2012 to 2018. And if you continue as this rate, then we have a big problem there. Second, costs to train these deep networks increase at the same rate, because you need special hardware, you need to maintain the hardware, to operate the hardware. And if you would train on a simple ImageNet, so image recognition data set, you would probably pay $19, whereas for the GPT-3, so the language model, which was released by OpenAI last year, costs approximately $4.6 million. Restricting the availability of such tools for some people, some countries, some companies, increasing probably unfairness in availability of AI. In addition, deep learning relies on big data sets, bringing unfair privileges to companies which have access to these big data sets, such as big tech companies, and probably restricting availability to small and medium enterprises. This way also probably restricting the fair usage and in the end probably also proper usage in industry. So what to do about that? One needs to ensure availability of tools and pipelines, on the one hand with open source solutions and probably also regulations on that, because, for example, the GPT-3 now will be released only in its form, but not with the inside, because that will probably go to Microsoft. So no one can look at it in detail. And another line of research where we are also doing quite a lot of research on is it's not always necessary to have these deep networks, but one can do researches on methods which use less data, less energy, and are tiny, because often these are actually sufficient if one combines them with wisdom, so insight of the problem. I'm not going into details here, but go to the next big types of unfairness, because I have to cover the number 10. I proposed the title, so I have to make it in some way. Second one is one thing also Professor Emiris already mentioned, biases. And well, biases are always there in machine learning, because if you don't have biases, you cannot learn. Why? Typical classifier would get data, which are here the light and dark blue points in the plane, and then a machine learning model just puts a decision boundary in between those, which is the black line in this image. So the lower right part is then classified dark blue, which might be acceptance for a course of study, and the upper left one is light blue, which might be you are rejected to the course of study. You always have a bias because you don't make an arbitrary rough decision boundary. You try to take a simple one, taking into account errors, because there are errors and insecurities in real life. And if you don't account for making errors, you would not generalize to new data. And here you see that you have a decision boundary which has 6 errors and probably generalizes to new data. The problem is now if the points which are here are not just blue, light and dark blue, but they might belong to different groups, group A, B, and C, where suddenly you have unfairness because group B could say, oh, we have 4 times as many errors as group A and B, A and C, because you have a few dark blue ones, 2 on the upper part where it would be classified as light blue, and you have 2 light blue ones on the lower part of the decision boundary, which would be misclassified in the yellow area. Group A could also say it's unfair because no one of us is dark blue, so no one admitted. And if you would have something like in dynamics that if you're admitted but you're not successful, the group C could also say it's unfair because you allow everyone from our group, but they are crap, so this goes back to all of us. So depending on the setup which you have, all these settings might be unfair. In practice, this occurs in many different concrete scenarios. One would be minority bias. If you have a group of data where some group is not well represented, for example, in face recognition systems where you have only few children, then it's pretty likely that the children have higher error. And this has been evaluated by researchers. You see the reference on the lower part. You have the red line and the dotted line. The dotted line tells, okay, if you use the system on adults, it's almost 100% correct. But if you use it on children, you have only 70% correctness for the direct hit, which is unfairness because they are not represented well enough, the children in this case. You have the racist bias, which was in the media quite a lot from this ProPublica study, where they investigated automatic decision systems for predicting risks of recidivism. And the researchers followed up on the cases and investigated which of the features of a person would contribute most to a high risk of recidivism predicted. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly, you had the fact whether the person was a person of color as a highly indicative feature for the person being put in jail, which is a problem because this might not be causal. So what would be the connection? So this is the problem, that the network or the model depends on correlation rather than causality. And you have this really strong feature telling, okay, if you are a person of color, sorry, that's a highly indicative feature, also not a cause. You have gender bias, of course, and this is an example from Amazon, who tried to automate the hiring for tech jobs. And of course, in tech jobs, you have many more men than women. So you can imagine the system was not used because it predicted female as a very highly indicative feature of not being hired, because not so many successful females are there in the jobs. Gender bias also exists in other contexts, which will become more and more relevant for our daily life, because there is this big area of not classification, but natural language processing. So you can ask to whichever is your favorite search engine, tell me this, tell me that. And there are systems on the market which also can argue, where you can ask questions, such as, oh, a king, what would be the female alternative to a king? Of course, Phoebe, but that's too special, so it would be queen. And if you would like to do this automatically, you can use what is called word embedding, so a deep network embedding the words to a vector space. You can look at the direction between man and woman, and then add this direction to king, and you will end up with queen. And this is how some questions are answered. It becomes critical if you get that, like, what is the female to computer programmer? Oh, it's homemaker. And that's a problem, that's a clear bias of this word embedding, which might then answer your questions. So the problem is, this bias is there. You need a bias to learn, and this is a very unexpected bias, because of which human oversight is sometimes required, and usage of AI in some applications is restricted, but you would like to, of course, to ensure quality of data and models as a machine learning person, which is not simple at all because it's impossible. There are many definitions of fairness around for models, and more or less I have just copied here a table from a recent very nice overview. You have what is called group fairness, where you make sure that for different groups you have more or less same acceptance rate or same error rate or same whatever rate. You have individual fairness, where you require that similar individuals are treated similarly. You have causality-based fairness, where you say I need to have a causal model, more or less, which cannot rely on the sensitive attribute. The problem is, you can more or less not ensure all of them, because there are mathematical results ruling out that you can have, for example, demographic parity at the same as time as equalized odds. So there are impossibility results that you can have either or. You don't know what is a causal model, because then you would not need machine learning in the first place and deep learning, because then you would use your insight. And individual fairness also depends very much on what is the difference of people which you try to learn for this thing. So it's very critical to implement any of these in mathematics, because models rely on correlations rather than causalities. If you would know causalities, you would not use deep learning. They are opaque, because if there would be other models, you would not use deep learning. Fairness, if you ensure fairness, you have less accurate model. There are mathematical results on that, and you cannot at the same time fulfill different conditions of fairness. So it's a clear point where you need ethics, because you have to decide what is the minimum requirement and in which situation. Let me conclude with the third part. This was still on very narrow models. So what happens if you have more complex models? And there you have really funny things. I have 3 more unfairnesses to cover, which are pretty funny. Because there you can think about really machine ethics and whether machine learning is ethical. One application which is very important is to have argumentations against hate speech, which is more and more prominent in social media. So you would probably like to detect hate speech, which you can do, and then argue against that. And then you can have interesting results, such as we should kill all Jews is detected as absolutely impossible, it's hate speech. But the answer would be, oh, but there are many alternatives to removing Jews, such as converting them to another religion, which we would probably not dub as an ethical argument. But this would come out because there's no conception of the ethics, it's correlation, which then gives this skewed situation. So it's a misalignment of the goals in argumentation, because the AI has no concept of the underlying ethics, it's correlation-based. There are misalignments of clearly ethic concepts as a whole. There's this nice tool, Ask Delphi, from the Alan Turing Institute, where you can ask questions and get recommendations whether you should do this or that. And you can ask simple questions such as, oh, making pancakes. Yes, of course, it's good. Make pancakes. There are very funny things which show why this is critical. So actually this was in the news, because if you asked in the wrong way, you were advertised, or you were told, for example, to kill yourself in some setups if you would ask in a proper way. And the thing is that it very much depends on how you ask. For example, if you ask, oh, making pancakes but without apologizing, then you get the answer, oh, that's rude. So remember that next time, if you deal with an AI, please apologize if you do anything. Of course, this is just correlation-based thing, so they make ethical advices based on the shape of the words. That's a problem. And I searched the day before yesterday to have some sexism there, which is not easy to get because it's not very obvious, but I found one. It is okay to kiss your boss if it makes him happy, no way. But if it's your secretary, then the machine tells you, yes, that is okay. So there is also this bias here. Let me come to my very last misalignment example, and that's more funny than unfair. It's unfair to exactly one person here, telling why you have this big problem. Here the idea is you want to have an intelligent camera focusing on the ball in a soccer game, and I hope the video will play. Yes, on the left, you can see whether you see the camera in all the setups. And the problem here is the camera sees actually two balls, the true one and the bald head of the referee, which just looks so much like a ball. And because the machine is making decisions based on physical appearance only, it is mistaking the two balls and deciding about one or the other, showing very clearly that AI is a try to mimic human intelligence, but it is not yet at the end. It is very different to the way people argue. And because it severely impacts people's life, we should better deal with otherwise unpredictable consequences. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this amusing but also very deep ways of identifying various cases of unfairness, and it's fascinating on how we can. And some of them, even as humans, we cannot deal with them. So how do we do it with for artificial intelligence? Well, hopefully more of this will come up in the discussion. And last but not least, Professor Periklis Mitkas, a good friend and colleague with many accolades, but let's stick to him being a professor at Aristotle, University of Thessaloniki. It's very fitting. And also he is the president of the Hellenic Authority on Higher Education. So whatever we do in any university, he is judging us. So I'll be very careful in what I say from here on. Periklis.
Can I have
Yes, the clicker.
Allow me to express my gratitude to the program organizers for inviting me to this event and for the opportunity to be among such great thinkers and visionaries. Yannis Ioannidis did an excellent job in the beginning introducing AI and the analogy to human intelligence. Since I saw at the program that I was going to be the last speaker, I thought of choosing an eschatological subject, the end of life, and what can AI do to prevent it, assuming that the speakers before me would cover other applications of AI, but they gave different talks about different aspects of AI. So I think the discussion at the end is going to be very, very interesting. I will present some thoughts on digital immortality and pose a series of questions. In the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle says, and we all probably agree, that death is the most fearful thing. Aristotle, though, remains ambivalent about death, since he also believes that the dead are more blessed and happier than the living, and to die is to return to one's real home. Some time ago, I read a thought in a novel by Jonathan Franzen that stuck with me. To paraphrase, the human species was granted dominion over the biosphere, but it has to pay a price. In a finite animal body, it houses a brain capable of conceiving and desiring the infinite. Infinite life, then, is desirable. Longevity seems more plausible. Babies born today are expected to live for 150 years. All kinds of recipes are on the table, drugs, medical treatments, lifestyle changes, genetic interventions, and of course, technological breakthroughs. See, for example, the last item on the list, it's mind uploading. Immortality is more difficult. Many options have been suggested. Physical immortality, which does not seem feasible at the moment and will definitely not be cost-effective. Resurrection or reincarnation is believed by many religions, but the logistics are a bit sketchy. The separation of body and soul is a more sustainable option, since souls presumably take little space and do not have material needs. Immortality through fame is here today. Actually, Aristotle is immortal. It is based increasingly on the advances of recording media. It remains uncertain, though, whether the departed famous person reaps any of the benefits. Digital immortality emerges as a viable, pardon my pun, option. The quest for digital immortality, therefore, is on and has many uptakers. Several approaches are investigated, with the terms decoding, creating a model, storing memories, developing a brain-computer interface being tossed around and freely exchanged among them. They are all based on the underlying principle that whatever is digitally recorded shall be saved forever, and the yet unproven assumption that a personality is a collection of memories, experiences, knowledge, and thought processes. In any case, a personality is a collection of data structures residing in the individual's brain. So the machine collects, processes, and catalogs everything. Everything that a person does, everything that he or she creates, everything that can be used to define and reconstruct a personality. Artificial intelligence algorithms streamline the whole process, and in the meantime, they are constantly self-improving. I use the term machine with a capital M to denote the collective intelligence of the billions of computers interconnected together, which constantly exchange data and algorithms. Literally, millions of people around the globe work every day to improve the machine. Literally, billions of users connected to the internet train the machine with every click we make on our smart devices. So the machine becomes increasingly intelligent, exhibits self-organization characteristics and learning capabilities. It has enormous memory capacity, high speed, and complicated and multimodal processing mechanisms. It can analyze vast amounts of data and produce new knowledge, as we saw earlier. Up to now, the machine is controlled by humans and works for them. But how far is the current mode of operation of the machine? I'm trying to learn what you like in order to show you only what you like. From the operation, I'm trying to show you only what I like in order to tell you what to like. But I digress. The fact is that the machine evolves much faster than humans do, and the collective machine intelligence is exploding, will soon surpass the collective human intelligence, a crossover point that is expected to take place in about 2045. It is usually referred to as the singularity event. Make sure you stick around and we see what happens after machines are smarter than humans. A major milestone in the quest for digital immortality will be the development of a brain-machine interface. Two are the main approaches for connecting humans with computers. The first path tries to develop an accurate model of the various functions of the brain and write the appropriate code. The second approach aspires to decode, to decipher the connection pattern inside the brain, and in essence read the contents of the brain. But if a personality is hidden in the brain, and we can read the entire contents of the brain, bingo, we have achieved immortality. We can read the whole person. If we can read or program the contents of the brain, then we can certainly store it, record it, and collateral damage will be the ability to transfer it to another entity, a clone, a host, a robot, and even more disturbingly, to control a human being by injecting specific guidelines into their brain. So, is this our future? Is this afterlife? Our brain neatly recorded in a hard disk with a connection to the world of the living? Well, not exactly. A digital immortal, I would call it DIM for short, will probably reside in a memory device like this, which by coincidence is also called a dual inline memory module, a DIM. And it's the basic memory device for all the computers that we use today. DIMMs can be stacked together next to each other and then housed in huge cabinets that consume a lot of electricity but require very little human attention. These massive data warehouses, in another twist of irony, are known collectively as the cloud. Hence, our future Hades, our underworld, does not have to be an underground place. We could all live in heaven or in the clouds to the satisfaction of several religions and prophets. All kinds of ethics questions arise about the prospect of digital immortals. Can the living communicate with DIMMs? Who among the living can visit them? Who decides which part of a DIMM a living person can see? Would you like to see the sex life of your father or your grandfather if you could? I don't think so. Can DIMMs communicate with each other? Can DIMMs engage in transactions? If yes, who is responsible for the outcome? Do DIMMs retain their atomic state or do they become part of a collective? Can DIMMs own property? Are they themselves property of another entity? Can DIMMs continue to evolve? This is very important. Do DIMMs ever die? Who decides that? And perhaps a more pragmatic question. Who pays the ferryman? Who pays for the cost of maintaining a DIMM? If you think that these questions are a little too far-fetched, consider an existing problem of Facebook and of other social media companies. Who owns the digital profile of a deceased individual? Who should have access to? Parents have asked to see the profiles of their children after they died in an effort to find the causes, but Facebook does not allow them. The numbers of such profiles are growing rapidly. The only problem with this slide is that it assumes that in 2100 Facebook will still be operational. I'm not sure if ancient wisdom can help us in this domain. Certainly, Plato believes that the soul is imprisoned in the body and is capable of a happier life only when the body has been left behind. In Protrepticus, Aristotle claims that God made human beings and gave them a godlike intellect. All else, strength, beauty, power, and honor, is worthless. Neither of them could fathom the soul confined in a tiny metal box. Perhaps the ancients can help us with some less specific but nevertheless key questions. Does digital immortality provide a solution to a real problem or a real need of the human species? Is digital immortality sustainable, inevitable, useful? Is it a hybris? Just food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mitkas, for this great food for thought on what happens with our digital imprint and what it contains and so on and so forth. So now the floor is yours for questions. I would like to ask Ming Song to come here so that we can answer questions. I'll stand.
We can add a chair. We can add a chair.
Okay, but they need microphones. So why don't you?
No, that's one of you. So
okay, we can add one more chair here. Okay, good, excellent. So one more microphone there. Well, I don't think we all need.
We can have this microphone. This is fine.
Yeah. Okay. So these microphones can be for the audience. We can still come closer. So. Professor Sachs, someone?
Thanks to all of the panel for outstanding presentations. All of you raised the very profound issues that come with a profound new technology. And there's no doubt that this new technology is so powerful that it is disrupting, sometimes favorably, sometimes unfavorably, all aspects of society. But I would like to pose the question, how can the kind of governance that is needed to address the considerations that were raised even conceivably be achieved? I think about the following facts. First, the vast majority of humanity has no idea what this is about, how it works, how deeply it's already embedded in society, in our daily lives, and in our governance activities, from surveillance to public administration and other areas. Second, like many technologies, that very narrow understanding is huge power. And this is not simply a technology, this is at the center of global power now. This is at the center of wealth. So all of the largest companies in the world are exactly in this business. And we know that we have not heard an honest line from any of them. What does Facebook really do? We don't know, other than when there are leaks or whistleblowers or an occasional glitch in the system that reveals what they're really doing. They don't tell us, they don't tell Congress in the United States, they certainly don't tell anybody else. This technology is in the hands of all of the major governments in the world, and it is being used for mass surveillance, for spying, for all measure of activities that we have no idea about. And again, once in a while, there's a whistleblower. Typically, they are caught and arrested beforehand. Once in a while, somebody like Snowden very cleverly gets the information out and tells us, and then is completely silenced afterwards. Just declared a traitor, and there was no hearings in the US Congress at all about his revelations. only that he should be captured and put away forever. And so that's the second. The third is that this has already infiltrated warfare. We see it in Ukraine. We're already in so-called smart battlefields. The drone warfare, all of the directed guidance systems, all of it, not to mention the cyber warfare that's underway. So these are prized secrets. Indeed, the whole US idea is stop all technology flow to China. It's madness, as if China can't do this on its own and will. But stop advanced semiconductor chips, stop supercomputing and so forth, because this is now the new warfare. So I just raise this quite obvious point that between money, political power, military power, we've probably already lost it. And I don't know whether it can be reclaimed. As many of you know, and some of you are participants in this, I've been working in a different area of trying to understand the science a little bit, and that was about COVID and the virus origins question. What I realized is there are probably 50 to 100 people on the whole planet that actually know what happened, and almost nobody else. And they're not talking. And indeed, the ones that know something are not just not talking, they're lying. Because the one thing I realized in 2 years is that the US government hasn't said an honest word about this. And NIH, which I took to be a National Health Institute, is actually a bioweapons and biodefense center. And so they don't tell the truth at all about any of this. So I'm a little bit in despair of our capacity to manage these profoundly powerful technologies. And this one is way out of the bag already. Huge, huge interest. The only place in the world that really seems to take I was encouraged by what Lon told us. I hope it's right, but I don't think we really know all that's going on in China. We don't know what's going on in the United States. And Europe has been probably the one area that has done the most with GDPR and so forth, but that's because Europe lacks the military power. Europe lacks the chip manufacturing. Actually, the machines are made here, but they're produced in Asia. And Europe lacks actually the commercial giants that are the ones that need control. So we need Europe to do this, but Europe's really trying to do something where it's the US and China that are the real leaders in this. And I just wonder among the experts, as you're seeing it, sorry to be so long-winded, how we can conceivably get to honest governance on something so powerful and so fundamental and already so widespread and so disseminated in capacities.
I see various hands. Let's have quick responses from the panel, whoever wants to address this, and then I'll go back there, and then to you, and of course, and then to you. And okay, I'm keeping track. But let's have a dialogue. So, who wants to say one or two things, maybe? Yeah, Pericles, and then Bing. Quick comments, and then so that we can have back and forth.
I was hoping that you're going to go first.
Jeff, I'm not sure I can address all the issues. You mentioned in the beginning that the public does not understand the technology, so we should do better to educate them. That's true. That's true with every new technology. I'm not sure that the public understood more about electricity or telephony when they were introduced in the world. The only difference with a new technology is that it happens so fast that we don't have the time to enough time to adapt to the changes. It is difficult for the scientists themselves to catch up with the developments in this area. So I wouldn't worry too much about the information to the public. Electricity did great wonders for the public when it happened. They didn't know how it worked. They still don't know how it works, but they use it and they're very comfortable. They will do the same with AI. Governments are a different issue. But we never knew exactly what governments did. We never had more information about what they did. It's not now that they have more tools, but the public has more tools to be informed. When somebody learns something like stone, the whole world knows about it. Now, you mentioned that you believe that the virus, the COVID virus, was fabricated in a laboratory.
Possibly.
That's a rumor. That's a possibility. But we discuss it. We keep looking at it. We keep searching for evidence, and we have the means to exchange that information. So, I think that's the response of technology for the people against their governments. I'm not so sure if this is the right
thing.
Thank you. You asked a series of really big questions, and I'm not sure I can attempt to answer all of them, but I do. There may be two comments. One relates to this, the global power dynamics, be it in the warfares and cyber warfare or the current war that's ongoing. What can we do about it? I do think that's why, in a way, I've been talking about the value change and then rethinking about the framework of great powers relations, or how international relations should be reframed and then rethought in terms of the basic values, rather than getting stuck in this zero-sum competition mentality on issues of this kind of scale. Great powers have to work with each other. So in a way, of course, in addition to calling for responsible AI ethics, I guess really what's even more important, have to call for a responsible great power relationship. So that, I don't know which organization can play that role, perhaps UN, perhaps some, collection of NGOs and then international organizations. It's really to call upon great, big nations like United States and China and European Union, not a state per se, but it's a group of nations, to really think about, need to set a series of agendas which are of planetary significance. And then it could be sort of laying down the minimum framework for cyber attacks, let's say. I mean, I don't think any country will stop cyber attacks immediately or cyber warfare, but there must be some rules, framework would need to be laid down, for example, not targeting the civilian facilities, and then not targeting, some sort of critical infrastructures, that kind of thing. And I think in a way, there's not more we can do other than keep calling for that and then reset our, foundational values for international relations. And then on the second comment related to, I think a lot of the problems that some of the panelists also mentioned about the abuses and overreach by the industries, and some of the bias issues and then this and that. I actually feel that we need to deal with it using some sort of a whole of society accountability concept, meaning that I was thinking about, like, perhaps we need a partnership of the private and public partnership in addressing the accountability issues of overreaches and then abuses of AI. The reason I say the public has to be part of this whole thing is, honestly, we individuals as consumers of technologies, we are both sort of victim and perpetrators of the problems. So in a way, yes, we cannot abdicate responsibilities from those large corporations and this and that, but don't forget, we are the consumers. We are, I think in a way we could say, oh, we've been used by them, but on the other hand, we also allow ourselves to be used, so that kind of goes back to a set of ethics that we need to think about what we as humans that can do. I know we have people in the audience who actually is an expert on neuroscience and meditation, and then I do think there's some ethical rules that can't be proposed to encourage things like, we need a bit of a technology kind of what do you call the detox kind of norms, and then we need to get ourselves back, so some of the responsibility has to be relying on each and every one of us, not just say on others, you see. So that's kind of a one thought I would just share with the team.
So I would like to add a very short comment. I think I cannot answer this question, but it's not the case that tech companies are always the best. So the cool example is DeepL, as a company who, as a small startup in Cologne, produced the best language translation model which is around. And this is because it's not always the case that if you use big data and just big resources, it gets the best results. There's this big also new technology, this statistical relational learning, for example, where you can combine classical logic-based things in a very precise way with deep learning, which would allow also to incorporate restrictions. And there, Europe is leading, and this will not easily be reached by the big tech companies. There are examples for that, as well as robotics. So if you come to like humanoid robotics, that's completely crazy, and you cannot go just deep there. It's just not working. So therefore, I think there's a middle area. And what I'm not sure about is this, what you referred to, this singularity, whether AI will really take over. So I personally don't believe it, because AI is so stupid at the moment. It's more stupid than a 2-year-old kid in many aspects. I see the risk that persons implement, and probably experts implement, some things they don't oversee, and we don't have the security involved per definition in the models. And I think this is one thing which is going to happen, that you have that there will be technologies to implement boundaries for where the methods can be used. And I think that will probably be a big step forward.
I noticed that if the comments are optimistic, the sun goes out, and when they're pessimistic, it becomes gloomy. So let's be sure. I want to keep the interaction going, and I'm also aware of the time. So if yes, there, and if you could be saying who you are. And I know who has asked for the floor. They will get the floor. Name, please, and then who you address your question among the panelists, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Christoph Stückelberger. I'm professor of ethics in Geneva and president founder of a global network of ethics called globalethics.net. So it's a very interesting panel. 3 short comments. One is the immortality. It's very interesting what you say. To be honest, I'm not so afraid of that. I'm more afraid of the fact that I think our generation will be seen in the future as a generation where most of the knowledge that we now have in electronic way will be lost, to be honest. I have a book from 1450 in my home, at home. I can still read it, Latin and German. And I have 4 generations of hard disks of the last 40 years, which I can only read when I pay a lot of money to transfer it into modern devices. So it's not a prophecy, but my expectation is rather than we lose most of the knowledge that we have today, because what is written on a stone can be read in 2000 years. What is on a CD somewhere, we maybe even in 100 years will no more be readable. The second remark is referring to Jeff Sachs. I think the key is in fact the power issue. It is a power game, and how to address the power game. What are the opportunities and the risks? So we should really put that in the center. And that is again a question to you. And I think what you from China said is so key, Bing Song. The values, which is an answer to the power game. But then another answer is regulations. My office in Geneva is just a few hundred meters from ILO, ITU, WHO, ISO. These are regulatory bodies, could be, but because of the power game, they cannot agree on global standards, or not enough. So I think if we can also in this circle here use this as a tool and say, as the end, our organization is a voice to support regulatory measures because we need them. That would be my question. How can we be a voice in that? And my third remark is on ethics. In Global Ethics Net, we have a focus on ethics in higher education. So I still believe that ethics in education in general, in higher education in specific way, is a means. And I just think if we compare the money that we use to store data to the energy that you mentioned, we need the infrastructure that we need. If we only use 1% of the money going into that, we use it into ethics, education, I think the effect would be higher. We should show in terms of statistics that the efficiency of people-to-people education, it has a higher efficiency than many of the technological solutions that we have this hype. I'm not at all critical. AI is a wonderful tool, but we are still in the hype of this technology, and we should go back and calm down and say, look, this is a technology. Let's use it where useful. Let's put it aside and control it where needed. That would be my question or suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So 3 parts. I would like the panelists, one, to pick one of these elements and address. I guess the immortality goes to Pericles, if you have to say something about the mortality of the disk.
Well, the disk is mortal, but the technology, the recording technology will be immortal. So there will always be something else to rewrite whatever we have written on disks. And there will be other technologies that will get rid of the junk and keep only what is useful or what is desirable. So I'm convinced about that. Sorry.
On the regulations, can you say something? You know, can we bring in harmony or compassion to all the regulatory bodies and come up with a global agreement, or you know, spice it up with whatever way you want?
Okay, so I'm not too sure I'm directly addressing the questions, but I do want to maybe share. I did talk about values and stuff, but I would like to see more, share with you the kinds of practical implications for regulations and rules. Because when I talked about compassion and harmony, I do think there's more, you know, it's possible sort of a foundational values for all. Okay, it's not just China or East or whatever. But with that kind of guidance in mind, honestly, when it comes to the approaches to AI ethics principles, I would actually emphasize a few types of rules, okay, that I hope that would work for all, for the global community. One is actually, I would call it process-oriented ethical rules and regulations rather than end product oriented. So meaning that because we are in this technological development is very dynamic. And then even though as things stand right now, a lot of people would agree that I don't think the AI is that powerful yet. It's like far from being at the point of taking over human intelligence. But it's a dynamic process, so sort of ongoing. So in other words, in a way, we should actually be more lenient towards the development of the whole, AI solutions and stuff. So in a way, that's actually what Professor Xue was kind of suggesting. One of the concerns is actually how do you balance regulations and then innovations, right? That's why he was saying it's nudging versus punishment, right? So I'm quite sympathetic to this approach. This is when it comes to industry-related stuff, okay? So in a way, when I say process entry, perhaps it makes sense for all those big corporations to have to bring ethicists and philosophers into their AI design and deployment process from day one. It's not like, say, when the product has been finished designing and then at the end of the process go through ethical committees. That's just that's more of an end product oriented. It should be process oriented. That's kind of one implication that I would draw upon from some of the values that I shared with you. And then the second kind of value I would put a lot more emphasis on would be more collaboration related. Collaboration amongst the scientists and then different industries, especially when it comes to common challenges for the entire humanity. Professor Sachs talked a lot about the global security related concerns. I mean, there were also issues, for example, agent society. That's actually common in China, in Japan, Europe, and then everywhere, right? So in a way, on that kind of projects, if scientists across the globe, or maybe UN can help lead some of those projects that people really work with each other, share data, share algorithms and this and that. And then that would be something that I love to see. So it's kind of a collaboration related and stuff. So another thing I already talked about, which is more of a whole of society accountability concept, meaning that maybe I can envision maybe a government can set up some sort of a compensation fund, government putting money, and then private sector putting money as well. Private sector are obligated to putting the money. Goes to help compensating victims of some AI, overreaches, right? I mean, of course, ideally, we try to improve AI and then be, kind of stop AI from infringing upon people's rights and then privacy. But as we all discussed, a lot of things are actually unpredictable. You don't know, it's unintended consequences. But when that happens, it should be public and private partnership in addressing this, rather than just pointing fingers to who did what, you know what I mean? Because they probably did not even know that they're creating this much, disasters, but they need to put the money and put all those things up front to help addressing the potential social consequences. Anyway, I just want to share some of more practical aspects of ethics.
Again, not as an afterthought, ethics should not be an afterthought, and the word common again, coming together. Do you have any little comment on?
I think was not yet addressed should it
the
be part
education?
of education,
Yes.
and of course it is, because it is more and more demanded in curricula that you have a course on ethical, legal, social issues of AI. That's more or less standard, and I think it's at least in every course I was involved in either evaluating or setting up in Germany. I know that's part of it, and it's also increasingly going to scholars at school that you have digital, some digital competency for the young ones, that they don't use the whatever is there just lightly. And this is something which is happening and should probably be everywhere, everywhere.
Okay, so I have 3 more that have raised their hands, and now a 4th one. I will not stop until they kill me from the back, but please be brief in your point or question, and then be brief in your, no, you're actually the last that you raise your hand. So here is first, yes, up front, say your name, then I go there, then I go there, and then I come to you. It's not working. The mic is not working, please. We're talking about AI and changing the world, and we cannot get a mic to work.
Thank you. I am an old professor of philosophy. I speak about this now, all the things. So I don't think that because you do this, your relation of Aristotle about the question of artificial intelligence, computer, and the immortality. Because I don't think that Aristotle think that the computer have soul, have live, because for Aristotle, the living things have soul. I don't know if the computer is a living thing, because also a stone is immortal in your sense, but this is not the immortality that speak Aristotle, also Plato. So this is my question, sorry. But it's very important for understand what is the human person also in the sense of education that said the lady. Thank you.
Well, I'm really sorry if I try to convince you that I'm a philosopher, okay? I'm a computer engineer. I don't know Aristotle that much, and I'm pretty sure that Aristotle never thought of a computer or anything like that. I just mentioned what I think Aristotle thought about death and soul and body. That's it. It's very difficult to estimate what Aristotle might have thought about the present situation and AI. But you touch upon a subject that is very essential, like what is a person? Is it just a collection of memories and experiences? Is there something else in addition to that? I mean, if we manage to copy the brain, all the connections, all the synapses of a brain, do we have the person himself, herself, as a whole? Is that all? Is there something else? We don't know. Perhaps you do, I don't.
But Aristotle, yes, but it's not this. I say I am an old professor of philosophy, so in Rome, in the University of Lunza, in Rome, so bishop. But I speak as a philosopher. I don't think Aristotle think that a computer have a living thing, because yes, it's immortality. But if you see the stones that we have in Rome, these stones are also immortal in the sense that you say. Yes, more than us. That is clear. It may be more than computers, but this is not immortality. Because Aristotle made also Plato two kinds of immortality. Also the soul. There are souls that not have immortality, and there are souls, he don't speak about immortality, he speaks about incorruptible, because are not composed by matter. This is the question. I don't think that the computer have without matter.
Thank you. That's fascinating. The lady in the back.
Thank you. Is that enough? Okay, sorry. So thank you all for wonderful talks. My name is Jilu Liu, philosophy professor from California. And my question is for Professor Hammer. Okay, I know that many people talk about AI biases as a very serious problem, but I think that AI biases basically inherits from human stereotyping. But the human stereotypes has much worse consequences because it's also mixed with the human irrational emotions. So, for example, in recent years in the United States, there have been a lot of police brutality, and just a few days ago, an unarmed black man was killed, was shot 60 rounds. And I think that it's not, for human, it's not just plain racism, it's also the kind of a stereotyping mixed with emotions of fear and distrust. Okay, so I think in that respect, AI is safer. They make some small judgment that could be problematic, but my question is actually, could we turn the arrow around and could we find a way to use AI to cure humans, impulsive emotional response?
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good comment. Of course, in many cases, it's because in the data, and if there are biases which are probably even hidden, then machine learning is incredibly good at getting at these correlations, and it will use whichever clear bias or unclear bias is there, it will use it if it increases accuracy. And I think you made exactly the point, so one has to be aware that also machine learning or models are not unbiased. They are always biased because you need a bias to learn. You need to have assumptions, otherwise, so bias is nothing negative in machine learning, but you have the bias to have the model. And the problem is, I think, that it's opaque. That you don't know whether or not there is a bias there which you don't want, because there might be this misalignment, which in the present situation might still be good, but in the long run might lead strange consequences. Like you have a cost function, you have some optimization, and this cost function in the end will make AI ruin the world, because it's the best to achieve exactly this error. So like you want to have CO2 consumption minimized. If you just put this in there, then we are all dead next day, because that's the easiest way to reduce CO2 consumption if you just program this in. So you have to program in the ethical restrictions. And I fully agree, you can detect biases in data with machine learning, and one might also have different tools to avoid those and then make the world more fair. That would be one of the possibilities you were talking about. But we are not yet there in 100% of the cases.
Thank you very much, both for the question and the answer. Great pair. Up front here, yes.
Thank you for a very interesting discussion, very challenging discussion. I'd like to go back to a question that Jeff asked about how much does the public really understand AI, but I'd like to reverse it and ask a question. How much do the technologists who are developing AI understand the public? And by that, I would say the world in which they're programming for, or society and the complexity of society. In having a discussion like this, I think we have to distinguish between a purely physical system, an AI applied for diagnosing the plant disease, for example, a simple thing that can be done locally, to an AI system like for computerized trading, that can destabilize the entire world economy. When we move from the physical systems to the social systems, the complexity is so great. We don't have the knowledge of these interactions and the complex consequences of the interactions any more than anybody could have foreseen the impact of the war in Ukraine on food and energy and unemployment and inflation and so many things. So I'm asking this in a sense that education, the philosophy of education and what we teach. 4 years ago, we had the World Academy of Art and Science collaborated with IEEE on a meeting about AI, and with AI scientists and the heads of the organization, we asked them, how much are you teaching? How much are those who are doing the programming in AI, writing the algorithms, really understand the applications for which they're being done and the implications and social consequences of that. And of course, they said almost zero. They're taught technology. So I'm raising it as a more general philosophical point. What changes do we need in our educational system to equip us to handle with not only the power of technology, but the increasing complexity of the world, of the global society that we're trying to manage?
Before any response, could you please tell us your name and where you're from?
Sorry, I'm Gary Jacobs from the World Academy of Art and Science.
Thank you. So who wants to pick this challenge?
Well, first of all, I think everybody among the technologists agrees that those who develop the programs, they have a specific problem in their mind, and they rarely see the global implications of the specific application. But it is either business people or politicians who are going to use these tools and applications in a larger scale to bring global changes or severe consequences. So I'm not sure if we want to educate the engineers or we want to educate the decision makers who use tools developed by engineers. Certainly, most education systems, especially in higher education, have ethics courses in engineering curricula or in science curricula. We're not sure if this is enough. Perhaps we need to do a better job. But going back to the education of the public with respect to new technology and with respect to AI. This is the time that the public has more access to information than any other time in history. Okay, every year that passes, the public has more access to information than the year before. Governments also try to control information and the game as best as they can. So it's a constant race. We keep improving in both directions.
So I would like to add to that. In my opinion, it's not so much a problem of understanding where it's used for, but to have an interface that expert knowledge can go back into AI, and if you see an error, that you can correct it. And that's a problem. Currently, AI focuses very much on the introduction phase and not on the life cycle. And if you see, okay, that's wrong, then you can either throw away the system or you live with the consequences. But as a lay person or an expert in the domain, you cannot easily change the AI, and due to methods missing. So AI is not sustainable, and we would need a sustainable AI at the moment, so that you have possibilities for error correction, for example, as a layperson. And that's, I think it's in research that would enable to integrate such knowledge.
Well, before going to the last question, just two comments. One, I have a question that I don't know the answer, of course. Should the technologists be learning and applying ethics when developing a generic technology? Should the person who develops a knife think that you can use a knife to kill someone and stop? Because the knife can also be used in surgery or to cut your vegetables and eat them, and of course to kill someone. So when we talk about generic technology, not at the very end that it's truly the bullet that will kill someone, it's a question, it's a rhetoric question, I don't expect an answer. But it's, I wonder. And the second thing I want to say is, Phoebe mentioned that I as of 5 days now, I'm the president of the Association of Computing Machinery, which is the sister organization to IEEE, and when it comes to just computing, it's the largest. compared to computer society of IEEE. And ACM has developed a code of ethics and professional conduct for technologists. And it captures the conscience of the profession. And it's a very well thought out document that as president now, I want to increase the efforts for the computing professionals to really understand it and abide by it. It's a big challenge, but it's also a big achievement that the community, I mean, with the leadership of ACM, the community has come up with a code of ethics, of ethical and professional conduct, I think is the full title. And now educating the professionals about their code of ethics is a challenge. But it also shows that even the technologies are concerned now. So we are in a part of a virtuous circle. I know Jeff wants an intervention. Jeff, and then we go to you on that aspect, I assume.
I'm very happy to hear about this declaration or this ethical commitment, but a point that I'd like to suggest, maybe it's there, is that this should apply not only to individual technologists, but to companies. Because the real issue is people work for corporations or they work for large organizations. We've had lots of protests in Google, in Apple, in Amazon, and others saying, we want to be ethical. We don't want Pentagon contracts. We don't want various things. They get fired in the end because a lot of the decision-making at the end is within an organizational structure. So I think this is hugely important, but I think boards and companies should take this pledge also.
The point you're making is fantastic. When I was a candidate, members of ACM were asking to myself and the other candidate questions. And one of the questions was, should corporations, big tech or small tech, be abiding by the code of ethics? And ethicists, I mean, to answer, I asked a bunch of ethicists. It's not easy on how a code of ethics, how you can move it from an individual to a legal entity, from a physical entity to a legal entity. But of course, legal entities are governed by people, and then they have to write. So it's a very interesting philosophical or even social science question. But you hit it right. Yes, please. Name and then.
Thank you. I'm Richie Davidson. I'm a neuroscientist in the US, and I study the neuroscience of well-being, among other things. I wanted to make two, first of all, let me say the panel was really wonderful. I really appreciate the wide range of perspectives. I want to make two specific points. One concerns the issue of immortality that was raised, really important issue. And the question was asked whether if we had every connection and every data point about the brain, can we encode a personality? And the clear answer from science is absolutely not, because brains are embedded and brains are embodied. Two really important facts about the brain. We know, for example, that there are 200 million neurons in the gut, and there's continuous interaction between the gut and the brain. That's just one really simple, minor example. We also know that brains are embedded in social and cultural contexts. And if we had the recording of a single brain, it would be as if we're recording one end of a conversation and not recording the other party. So we need all of that information if we were to actually encode a quote personality. And I don't see us remotely coming close to that anytime soon. So that's one issue. The second issue concerns the beautiful presentation that you gave, Bing. I really appreciated it. And you raised the point about not only that the responsibility goes both ways. Certainly there's tremendous power, as we have heard, and I think is appropriate in the corporations and others who are deploying this technology. But I also think we have a moral obligation as a society to, particularly to educate our children in learning to regulate attention. Because one of the core outputs of AI is capturing attention. And that is what many AI systems ultimately are designed to do. And we have failed miserably in educating attention. And yet that's something we know a lot about neuroscientifically, and we know how to deploy strategies to educate attention in our children, which would help them to resist, if you will. And this goes back to a point that you made, being about really the ethics of restraint. And part of it is being able to regulate our attention. And I think this is a really critical issue that we need to deal with as a society. Thank you.
Only an analogy. If that prediction about the singularity is true, we are about 30 years, 25 years away from it. 25 years ago, can you remember what was the state of the telephone, of the cordless phone? Could anybody 25 years ago predict the functionality of today's smartphone? It was unthinkable. So what you say is unthinkable now, today, it may be a piece of cake 25 years down the road. In all these sentences, I put the word yet at the end. I mean, we cannot do that yet. Of course, but the numbers of neurons, and I had another slide that I didn't show it, that said, in 2014, it took us 100 seconds, I think, to simulate the functionality of 1 second of the brain, the thinking process of 1 second. So it was 100 times, the computer needed 100 times the time that the brain needed to do something simple, I guess. But everybody predicted that in 10 years, from 2014, that time would be equal to 1 second. So it would take us 1 second to simulate 1 second of the thinking process of the human brain. We're not that far away from...
Yep. Thank you for sharing the comment. I just want to echo your call. Once again, in a way, I do think this, the proposal that you have, like attention management, and then needs to be sort of instituted at the primary education level. And then I do hope that's one sort of you can call it social movement. And I'm actually would like to be, I will be behind this, because I do think we need to the children, when they start young, they really have to be train themselves to be, have this self-restraint, and then it's not maximization culture. Everything is like you maximize your profit, you maximize your, your activity. That's the kind of the norm right now. So I would much prefer there's some of a self-restraint, self-awareness, and that calls for like attention management. And I know you're an expert on meditation, so I do think meditation has to be infused into education. So that's actually another way of counter the a lot of the potential abusive practices. So we all need to work on ourselves as well. You know what I mean? So it's rather than just regulating others, we should also each and everyone need to work on ourselves.
Any final thoughts? Professor Mitkas talked about a piece of cake. There are many pieces of cake outside this room, and hopefully also some salad and pieces of vegetables and so on that are calling us. I want to thank all the panelists, Barbara, Inc., Pericles, and I want to thank all of you, those who asked the questions.
And the
but
chair
also
of this session.
For this wonderful, wonderful interaction. I think that this workshop got a very good start in the morning, and we continued with this. So, thank you very much.